Hello and welcome to this sneak peek of Nusantara, Bermuda Triangle. This is a commercial indie otome game which was in the works for 8 years or something. I very closely watched over the development because I was already a fan of the creator's previous free game, Nusantara: The Legend of the Winged Ones. And I finished this game yesterday, and I was very taken with it. So please allow me to do a little bit of, advertisement for it, so more people have at least seen it before. But yeah, without further ado, let me show you a little bit about this game. I'm not allowed to do a full playthrough anyway, so please don't expect that. So let's begin. For centuries, humans have indulged themselves with stories of folklores of light. The hero slays a dragon to save a princess. A mermaid sacrifices her voice to be with her beloved. A beast turned into a human when he learned the meaning of love. And many more, which we've inherited from our ancestors. But they have forgotten that there were also times of darkness and despair. Times where evil was rampant and good went unrewarded. This is a story of light and darkness. Kingdom Hearts. How they entwine deeply with one another, almost molding into one. My dear child. I give this advice to you. Be patient and true, for knowledge only comes to the wise. Do not think with your eyes, for it will lead you to your demise. Indeed. Remember this, and it will lead you to the light. Chapter 1. Their circumstances. The vast expanse of a wide room stretched before me as far as I could see. The 4 mirrors. I felt strangely elated and dazed. A familiar feeling seeped from within my chest. It was as if I had been here before. Looking around, there were only 4 floating objects in the room. A yellow mirror, a red mirror, a blue mirror, and a small black mirror. They each had different quality and craftsmanship, but they shared similar characteristics. Dusty and faded colors. Each mirror looked like a black abyss, and all of them were hovering in the air. I guess... for this teaser, who do I choose? Who do I choose? Let's go with the blue mirror. He isn't exactly the one who was recommended to do first, but this is a teaser, so whatever. This one was by far the most elegant mirror in the room. It was tall, majestic, and rectangular with exquisite carvings around its frame. 2 wolves were sitting proudly on either side, with their heads turned to the front. It was as if it were watching me. This one could easily fit in a museum. It was a shame I couldn't see my reflection on this one. But yeah, we gotta look at everyone regardless. A foxy mirror. An oval mirror with simple but sophisticated carvings around its frame. There was a carefully carved animal head on top of it. I'm pretty sure it's a fox. There was no reflection in the mirror though. And the red mirror. A tall rectangular mirror with a simple but bold shape and frame around it. A symbol of some mammal with a long body, short legs, and a short tail was on top of it. Ferret? Weasel? I'm not sure about this one. As expected, there was no reflection. The last one is... It's the best mirror. Welcome, my dear child. When I was to approach the black mirror, I heard a woman's voice right beside me. It was eerie yet soothing, but there was nothing in the room except me and the mirrors. My, how peculiar. A little younger than the others, but... who are you? The voice didn't seem to notice my discomfort until I stuttered. Oh, where are my manners? I'm sorry if I startled you. I am... well, I have many names, you see. You may call me whatever you like. May I know the name of my cute visitor? She asked me a question, and besides from how nonchalantly she told me to call her whatever I want, she sounded sincere and without malice. So I decided to answer. My name is... Maya. Maya. My name is Maya. Maya? Ah, two adoring parents, younger twin brothers, and a little sister. What? How do you know about them? I became alarmed and concerned at the mention of my family. Even more so when her tone became somber. Uh-oh, the black mirror is cracking. What do we do? At the same time, the black mirror suddenly cracked, and a few obsidian fragments fell to the white floor. Watching the mirror break out of nowhere made me even more worried. Do not worry, my dear. There's nothing we can do about it at the moment. Yeah. Definitely not in this playthrough, at least. Yeah. Buy the game and find out the truth behind the black mirror, and you shall probably get as into it as I did. Save the black mirror. As of how I know about your family, let's leave it for later. For now, which mirror do you like the most? Hahaha, you cannot choose the black mirror yet. Let's choose the blue mirror. I see. Sorry, could you please? Here you go. If the cat hadn't been floating in the air, I would definitely have dropped it. I mean, a bird had just talked to me? I heard you're well versed in tarot cards. I'm sure you know what this means. She chuckled in a teasing manner. Yeah, but you know that tarot readers can't read their own fates, right? There was an annoying beeping sound in the distance which gradually became louder. Of course, unfortunately, my time is up, so I'll leave it to your imagination for now. I tried to focus and struggled to hear her soothing voice. See you in 7 days, my dear child. Hehehe. Maya's room. Look at the posters. One of them is like artwork from the creator's first game. Was I dreaming? Wait, what time is it? I raised my head for a moment before dropping it back 3 seconds later. 9:25. I have an appointment at 11 AM, so 5 more minutes. My dad would cry if he knew his daughter was still in bed so late in the morning, but hey, it's Saturday. I also sleep that long. Still in the daze, I buried my head into my pillow and pulled my blanket tight around me. I wish I could sleep all day in bed. Huh? This is... To my surprise, the same card from my dream was laying beneath my pillow. My tarot cards should be safely tucked in the pocket of my favorite hoodie, so how did it get here? The dream itself was very unique. I didn't have dreams often, and even if I did, I would forget about them as soon as I woke up, since they were fuzzy at best. However, this one was very vivid, and the soothing voice was lingering in the back of my mind. Before I could think about it further, I heard a pitter-patter of small feet, and soon I felt someone pulling my blanket away from me.
Wakey, wakey, sis! Mom is calling you to eat!
No, not my blanket! Shoot! Mine! Don't tear us apart! I could feel my little sister rolling her eyes, but who cared? I wanted to stay in my bed for as long as I could on weekends.
Okay, you asked for it!
Ooh! Like a bomb, my annoying little sister jumped and landed on my torso, choking the air out of me with a whoosh.
Wake up!
I'm up. Marwa, you're crushing me! Giggling, she squealed when I pulled her legs and tried to throw her away. My half-hearted attempts were easily dodged by the 6-year-old level. Darn it. Okay, no funny business now. You go first, I'll go out after I change my clothes.
Don't take too long though. The food is gonna be cold.
Marwa ran out of the room without waiting for my reply. Looking back, the world card lay abandoned on the bed. I put it back with my other cards and made a mental note to check it later. After all, there were more demanding things to do than analyzing a dream. What should I wear today? Of course, the best hoodie in the world. 20 minutes later, I was posing in front of my mirror on the wardrobe. There was a sentence written on it with permanent marker. Hello, beautiful. So naturally Hello! I'm sexy and I know it. The best hoodie. I said with a smile and continued to review my appearance from every perspective possible with my limited space. Perfect! Creeping out the little sister.
Mom! Big sis is doing that again!
Maya, the food is going cold. Just a moment. What is it, dearest sister? Do you want to come and see too?
No, I don't want to. Ah!
You don't have to be shy. Now, see here. I caught Maha and lifted her up to the mirror's level since she was still too short to reach it. Both of our reflections barely fit into the shiny oval surface. What do you see?
I see...
Of course, but look deeper. I see a strong, confident, beautiful girl, ready to tackle the day like no other. Maha blushed cutely when I said that, and then... Oh, You're there too.
Mom! Big Sus is teasing me again.
I can't believe you so fell for it. Here, let me pinch those adorable cheeks of yours. Ma struggled out of my grip. When she succeeded, she ran out as fast as she could. Probably into the arms of my startled mom. Maya, stop teasing your little sister and come out. Okay, Mom. There is the mom.
Yeah.
I do not know how to make baby sounds. I immediately cooed at the sight of my cute twin brothers in my mom's arms, both holding their baby bottles. Atiaja, or Adi, is the younger one by 5 minutes. He inherited my dad's greenish hair and was wearing a bunny hoodie, looking energetic and happy. The older one, Adhika, or Adika, has the same brown hair as mine and was wearing a cat hoodie. He was the exact opposite of his brother, calm and a little aloof. Both at 1 year old, that was simply the most adorable thing in the world for me right now. Yes, yes, who's my cutest little brother? Who is it? Who is it? Oh, you are! Adi squealed happily at my cooing while Dika ignored me, busy with his milk bottle. Dika, why don't you greet your older sister? Whoop. Close enough. Their personality differences were quite surprising, but I loved them both equally. I would be lying if I said I didn't wish for Dika to be more affectionate towards me though. I wanted to spoil him rotten. Alright, that's enough. Aren't you going to take a seat? I cooed at Adi one last time before taking a seat at one of the chairs around the kitchen table, right in front of my mom and beside my pouting little sister. I was just joking, sis. Don't take it seriously. It's partly your fault for always falling for it, you know? Meh.
I'm not talking to you.
Still smiling, I decided to give Marwa some space. I was sure she couldn't stay mad at me for long. My mom was also familiar with my teasing, so she only shook her head once before serving me my breakfast. Here. There's also some bakso and white rice left if you want them. No thanks. These scrambled eggs are perfect. My mom smiled while I praised her food and put more scrambled eggs into my plate. You have a client at the usual cafe at 11, right? It's almost 10 now, so eat quickly. Yum 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 yum. Don't worry, I won't be late, I said while eyeing the newspaper on the table. Not the Tamara on the left there with the blue hair. It's the protagonist of the previous game. More people are missing. Mothers, don't let your eyes off your children. Is this connected to the Bermuda crater? Or is it a chain kidnapper on the run? Nah, Tamara is just fine. She is just fine. Claw marks found on sheep pastures. Scientists are still looking for the answers. Another anomaly of the Bermuda crater? I guessed that loud when I checked the articles. Mom, did you read this? Claw marks on England's sheep pastures. I told you dragons are appearing. It's still too early to say that. I can't believe all of this is happening just because of the Bermuda crater. Yeah, this still feels unreal, but isn't this exciting? Oh look, here it says that the scientists are still surveying the area around the crater. They never give up, do they? Girl, you're gonna have a lot to do with that Bermuda crater. I touched the article with a photo of the Bermuda crater from above. A month ago, a giant crater appeared in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle after an earthquake. The world was aghast with this discovery, and it became even more concerning when scout teams came across a mysterious force, preventing people from getting too close. Those who went to examine it said that the force was like an invisible wall and there was no way around it, making future investigations difficult. Spiritual events and sightings have also dramatically increased since then. It got to the point where people began to hold festivals to honor the dead and all manner of mystical creatures. It wasn't long before it became a new worldwide sensation, and there was not a single day where spiritual events weren't on the news. People really enjoyed speculating about the connection between those two things, and I was one of them. Damn! Maya? Mom gave me a sideways look towards my little sister and brothers. I mean, dang. I wish I could see the claw marks in person. Dika, who had finished his milk, stretched out his small hands towards the newspaper, but I gave him his napkin instead, not wanting him to make a mess.
What's so exciting about that? Sooner or later we'll be able to see those spiritual beings here on the world.
See? My little sister couldn't stay mad at me. It's spiritual, not spiritual. And yeah, I wish that day would come sooner. I mean, the mystical beings are very nice actually, but be careful what you wish for, considering what is causing the Bermuda crater. Maya, I get it that you want to see those magical creatures, especially the ones that are from fairy tales, but... Adi suddenly threw his milk bottle, much to my amusement and my mom's exasperation. The bottle crashed on a few plates, but unfortunately, they were already empty. She tutted at Adi, scolding him gently, and gave the milk bottle back to him before returning her attention back to me. Anyway, not everything about this is good. All the sheep disappeared and there's blood splattered everywhere in the picture, she pointed out. I'm sure they're just exaggerating. They always like to spice things up to make it more interesting. But even if it's true, don't worry. I know how I have a big mouth, but small courage. Small courage. Small courage. I won't dare to approach unless I know it's absolutely safe. I don't want to be eaten by a dragon. I joked and my mom showed a relieved smile. Ha ha ha. Ah ha 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 ha. As long as you understand. Oh, by the way, you're coming home late today, right? Yeah, shift with Sarah at the weekends, remember? Dad said he will pick you up after your shift ends. You will? That's unusual, but I'll look forward to it. Oops, look at the time. Seeing as it already was 10:35 AM, I jumped down on the last of my breakfast and hastily put on my shoes. Gotta go! Catch you later, Mama.
Bye, Sass. Bring me back some sweets.
If I have the chance, sure.
Yay, you're the best. I'll go to Rio's house and tell him so we can share the sweets.
Mama slipped beside me and out in the neighborhood where her friend resided. Adi shrieked like it was the end of the world when I opened the front door. Be a goodbye, Adi. I'll be back, okay? That always happened whenever I went out. As Adi started to cry, I looked at my mom helplessly. I'll take care of this. Bye and be careful, Maya. My mom took Adi and Dika back to their cribs before I could witness Adi crying like a mandrake. I may have doted on my little brothers and sister too much, but oh well, they're worth it. Alrighty, let's go to Maya's job. Hi. When I arrived at the agreed place, my clients were already waiting. There were a few customers at this time of day, so they were easy to notice. Sorry, did you wait long, Mr. and Mrs. Dian? No, we just got here. Please sit down. She gestured for me to sit across from her. I heard you just got married last month. Congratulations! Why, thank you, dear. Thanks. Do you want to order something? Our treat. Oh no, you don't have to. I insist. Then, how about a cappuccino? One cappuccino coming right up. Thanks, Mr. Dean. It's really a shame your family couldn't come to a wedding. Yes, well, you can't help it if your husband's hometown is in Lampung. We had a small chat about various things for courtesy's sake before getting to business. I had known them for a while now, I think around a year or so before they got married. Rumors about my tarot reading were pretty numerous back then. They tried once, and when it proved to be accurate, they quickly became two of my regulars. The couple would contact me separately for their private matters, or together when it was about their love life. Today was probably about the latter. So, we're planning to have a honeymoon next month in July. We want to know what the cards think about it. Sure, I think a free card spread is appropriate for this. I took out my tarot cards and put them on the table. CG of Maya. When you're ready, shuffle them according to your age. Don't forget to keep your question in mind while you're shuffling and choosing your cards. Me or her? Either of you is fine, I shrugged. They gazed at each other for a moment before Miss Dean picked up the deck of cards in front of her. We went silent as Mr. Dean mumbled to herself while shuffling slowly. Her movements are a bit stiff, and is she holding her breath? Ah! Sorry, do I need to reshuffle it from the beginning? Here, let me neutralize it first. Alright, here you go. Don't be nervous, just take your time. She laughed nervously and then started to shuffle again. When her husband chuckled, she jabbed her elbow at his torso lightly, and he, in turn, retaliated with an affectionate stroke to her head. I felt the urge to roll my eyes. Newlyweds. 3 cards, right? I nodded. She finished putting down her cards, and I proceeded to flip the cards from left to right. When all the cards were flipped, I concentrated and tried to block out all the sounds around me. Hi. Oh, that woman is here again. Was she always here when we came, dear? I think she was. You know, I don't have eyes for other women when I already have you. Jeez. Oh, you. The keyword being tried. Dear Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Okay, focus, Maya. Let the lovebirds think that they are the only ones in the world. I shook my head and stared at the cards in front of me once more, and then closed my eyes. I wouldn't get any insight if I got distracted. Thankfully, Mrs. Dean saw me closing my eyes and took it as a cue to be silent. mythical insight. After a while, the cards finally decided to speak in a hushed and mystical tone. I see. Maya doesn't even have to interpret the cards. The cards just tell her the answer. I understand. Thank you as always. I may have only traded a few words with the cards, but right then my concept of time was distorted. I had no idea how much time had passed. In this state, what felt like 5 minutes to me could be a few hours in reality. When I became conscious again, Mrs. Dean was whispering to her husband. I have to admire her courage for flirting at midday, though. You're still going on about that? I heard she's working on that strip club, the one hidden in Red Lily Bar. That place is still open? I thought it was on the verge of bankruptcy 3 years ago. When they mentioned a certain woman and Red Lily Bar, my eyebrows involuntarily twitched. It somehow pulled itself up again. Probably because she joined. Oh, and honey, I better not catch you in a place or else. What should we do if the place thrived? One hooker is already more than enough. Sheesh, what has our society become? Sex workers are allowed to exist, lady. They are just doing their work. No need to be jealous. Miss Dean probably didn't mean for me to hear it, but I did, and I couldn't stay silent any longer. From what I've heard, she's not a hooker, she's a pole dancer. Miss Dean looked shocked and frowned when I defended the woman. So, what's the difference? Pole dancing is the same as stripping in that place. Knowing look. It seemed the subject of a little chat had heard us. Miss Dean's face went red, and I figured that it was time to stop talking about the woman. Thankfully, Mr. Dean came and saved the day. Okay, so what did the card say? Right. Here's the first card, the Lovers. This card told me about your past. It means love, union, cooperation, choice and sexuality. It urges you to celebrate the love you have with each other, which you already did with the wedding. I can see that both of you have shared a priceless moment in perfect harmony. It was probably the peak of your happiness, and you will remember it for the rest of your life. Take heed that both of you need to take responsibility and take good care of each other for future prosperity. When I said this, they gave each other a look of adoration. Yay! The next one is reversed Wheel of Fortune. The next one is this one is your present situation. I'll be straight with you, this card said you should reconsider your honeymoon period. As expected, both of them frowned. Why? Did the card say anything else? Well... You see here, the next card is Ace of Wands. It told me a fragment of your future. It said that your honeymoon will indeed be fun, and I can tell you're enthusiastic about it, but how do I say this? You will go there as two, but you will return as free. After a few moments of silence, two things happened. Mr. Dean suddenly choked and coughed while Mrs. Dean gave me a confused look. Excuse me, I don't understand. Maybe we should reconsider. What? But we planned this for so long, I won't cancel it without a clear explanation. This card can also indicate a new life, conception, or birth, both metaphorically and literally. More silence. Well, well, well. If I combine the meaning of the present and future cards, they're implying that both of you are not ready for a child. If that's true, then you know what to do. Now I was the one who laughed awkwardly. That can't be. I'm always taking my pills, so it could be a false insight, right? But so far, her tarot readings have always been 100% accurate. I can't believe this. The new bride looked very upset and the groom naturally tried to comfort her, though it was not very effective. I mean, who knows, maybe she drank some sort of cold drink, which are known to, you know, mess with medication. So, yeah. Can you see when a good time for a honeymoon would be? Honestly speaking, I don't think you should have your honeymoon this year. Maybe next year. No way! We already booked tickets! Why did you already book tickets when you were asking her? No, calm down. From that moment, Mrs. Dean started to argue with Mr. Dean. Since I didn't want to involve myself in a lover's quarrel, I decided to wait and tend to my cappuccino, which was already lukewarm. Drink it without sugar. This cafe definitely lived up to the title as the best in Jakarta. They produced their own coffee powder, but there were no chunks of powder in the bottom like with instant coffee. Its scent was very fragrant, and I felt they added their own special ingredients. The flavor was on a whole new level from other places. Even J. Co. wouldn't be competition for them. I think that's enough for today. Thank you for your time, Maya. Miss Dean stated tersely and walked to the front door without waiting for her husband. Wow, and there she goes. Sorry about that, I should go after her. Thank you as always, Maya. Anytime. Almost 2 p.m. That's much longer than I thought. All of a sudden I felt tired and slid down my seat. My strength drained in a rush, starting from the back of my eyes to the end of my spine. After the sudden exhaustion, a clenching, drumming sensation appeared in the back of my head. Oh, how I love migraines. I closed my eyes and pinched the bridge of my nose. Yes, it was strange, but I got used to it. This always happened whenever I finished a reading. That was why I usually limited myself to 2 or 3 readings per day. Ugh. Always getting a migraine after each reading. Ugh. I would not survive. Today I got 100,000 rupiah. Not bad. Be sure to visit me, handsome. Meanwhile, the woman seated in the corner was still giving out her business cards. Is it true we can't get in unless we have your card? Of course, I handpick my customers. I assure you, you won't be disappointed with my performance. I'm in! You're forgetting something! I'm first! Not if I stand by the front door! Not fucking little... What? It's a pole dance show. No one needs to be first. See you guys there. Looking hot, Maya? The woman said while seating herself beside me. I just groaned and shifted a little to give her more space. The bags of my eyes were still hammering. I could say the same to you. Your skill in roping customers in is still as amazing as ever. Ow, my head. Seriously, are they worth your energy and time? The man isn't that bad, but his wife is another thing. Who are we to judge? Our clothes, even your current one, is quite provocative, you know. Nonsense. Actresses or famous people wear this kind of dress these days. That's true. She's just jealous, I tell you. She absolutely is. If she wasn't your client, I think I would deck her pretty face with a dustbin. Sarah, as much as I love your sense of humor, I'm trying not to laugh right now. Well, dancing is the same as stripping, she said. Huh. Oh, if only she knew. She sounded both amused and insulted. She's just ignorant. And childish. I agree. Husband is a good man, though. I surely hope so. But I suppose no one is a better man in your bayou. Well, duh! She laughed, her bad mood evaporated by the mere mention of her boyfriend. Bayou was one of the few childhood friends I had back from kindergarten. He moved away in primary school and returned to Jakarta around a year ago. Sarah and I met him on his job interview, and before I knew it, bam, they hit it off right away. Anyway, what do you want to do now? You still have time before shift? I blinked a few times. After I confirmed that my condition was better and that the headache was completely gone, I could finally look Sarah in the eyes. I don't know. I might stick around here longer to see if there are any more clients today, or you can go with me for a manhunt. As potential clients? No, for you! Oh, come on! We have been over this so many times already. Besides, the man will be too busy drooling over you to notice me. Yeah, probably. That's because you're wearing that hoodie. It's comfy. And who's the one who gave it to me as a birthday present in the first place? That was supposed to be a joke. If I knew your tastes were like this, I wouldn't have given it to you in the first place. Why do you keep refusing my help anyway? I can help you get a boyfriend, no problem, or at least get you laid. If you want to get close, or God forbid, flirt with another guy for the sake of introducing him to me, please spare me. I would kill you for it. Then I'm next for not stopping you in your atrocious plans. Nope, he's the one who asked me to. He asked you? Not directly. He's just a little concerned knowing the last time you dated was when you were 10. That was 9 years ago. She looked around and then whispered her next words to me. He thought that perhaps you're, you know, lesbian. Which isn't a problem, of course. Sarah? What? Leave it alone. I understand that you two are just worried, but I'm not ready. Besides, my dad is a traditionalist, remember? Oh please, when did that stop you in the past? You were the most romantic person I knew back then. I had to be careful not to get diabetes from all the sweetness. Who was it that kept saying my prince will definitely come for me someday? I cannot offer a prince, but how about a knight? What made me just stop? Or, you know, a fox, a wolf, a weasel, one of those three. I groaned and laid my face on the table to hide. Stop mentioning my dark past. God, why am I surrounded by lovebirds? Is it mating season now? Well, we humans have mating season all year round. She teased and I gave her a dry laugh in return. Fine, I won't force you if you really don't want to, she sighed. I'll just go straight to the bar and spend more time alone with my darling Bayou. Sure, see you tonight. If you change your mind, you know where to find me. Thank God she gave up easily today. I love Sarah really, but sometimes she could be very pushy and hissy like a cat with PMS. Anyway, what should I do now? I can take a stroll at Hackham Road, go back home to rest, or I can eat supper here since there might be more clients in the afternoon. Or I can help out Mr. Smith at the bar. I don't really want to see Sarah getting lovely-dovely with Bayou though. Oh well, whatever will be, will be. Alrighty. Let's see. Let's go for Hackham Road. Lots of people. Should I buy this for Marwa? It's 20% off right now, but... I ordered a pack of strawberries that was on sale from one of the peddlers on the street. There were varieties of stores and peddlers lined up on Hackham Road. I could almost find everything here. Clothes, groceries, sweets, fresh fruit and vegetables, and much more. If there was a peddler selling fresh meat, this place might be more popular than local markets. But Mom might already have stocked up quite a bit for Marwa. I should ask her first. Mas, excuse me, will you be here tomorrow? Yeah, well, I'm here every day from morning till 7 PM. I'm looking up how to pronounce some words, though, forgive me if I don't get it right. Great, I'll come back here tomorrow and find you. After he nodded, I continued to look around Hackham Road with attentive eyes. There were quite a lot of peddlers today. I had always enjoyed to come here for a leisurely stroll while browsing the variety of items here. They were always different from yesterday or last week's sale. Who knew? I might be able to buy some good stuff really cheaply. Last time I managed to get a pair of sneakers at about half the price they would have been at the mall. They weren't as high quality, but it was only a small difference, so I had to have them. If I was lucky, I could even get a bonus when buying groceries. Hi, yeah.
Mas, you're coming here twice today?
What voice? Well, what voice should I give Aya? It's always difficult to suddenly give characters voices which you have known for a while.
Yes, I'm short on several items. Give me the usual cut pineapples and strawberries, please.
Here you go. Separated a few good ones for you. Take these cherries too, they're almost spoiled.
Yeah, just like that.
Thanks. Do you still have celery and potatoes?
Of course, we also have a lot of sweet potatoes this week, so they're cheap. Only 10,000 rupiah a kilo.
Give me a pack of celery and a kilo of sweet potatoes, please.
Here you go, that's only 12,000 rupiah for all.
You're not giving me the rotten ones, are you?
Yeah, of course not. How could I take advantage of someone who can't see? Here, I'll give you some more.
Thanks, Mas.
Aya in a good mood is rare to see. I was in disbelief at how much the peddler was giving this guy for such a cheap price. He looked like he was around my age. Actually, he's 5 years older. His body was lean and his hair was black with a bluish tint, a stark contrast with his pale skin. He was wearing a blue jacket, wireless earphones, and... is that a new style of sunglasses? A mask?
Either way, with that thing on, I couldn't see his face properly. From the conversation, I suppose he's blind. Where's his cane then? Is he just acting? No, he isn't. You're back, young'un?
Auntie?
He nodded in acknowledgement. I have some good tomatoes today. Do you want some?
Sure, give me good ones. Cheap, please.
Here they are. I prepared a bag for you, only 5,000 rupiah. What kind of price is that? I was now openly staring at this mysterious guy who managed to haggle half price with just a few words. His movements were stiff and he jerked away when someone bumped into him. Maybe he really was blind. Doesn't he need a cane to move around? Should I offer him my help? Maybe then he will tell me a secret.
Do not! Do not! Do not!
That's a terrible idea. Before I could collect my thoughts, however, the guy had already disappeared. Yay! We met the first love interest. Let's see, is there anything in the cafe? I ordered 2 donuts and watched people who entered or exited the cafe. When no one approached me, I glanced outside. That woman looks like she's in a hurry. Oh, she has a shopping bag with her. Maybe she's late for an afternoon market sale? You know, don't run in the middle of the road, I frowned. Fortunately, a police officer came and lectured her when he saw. People watching. Just when I thought there was nothing else worth observing. Yay! A young man. Or is it a woman? No, with that kind of height, it's gotta be a he. You never know. A tall young man with long, slender legs was walking confidently with graceful strides, but the way he was dressed was very unusual. I still like his design the most. He's so pretty, with his little cat hoodie. His umbrella was almost too pretty for a young man to use, and his red hoodie reminded me of the ones my brothers and sisters wear. He is allowed to wear whatever the heck he wants, it looks good on him. If I was not mistaken, that hoodie was a limited edition merchandise from a cartoon called Hello Kitty. I knew it because Marwa was a huge fan of it. It shouldn't match his current age, but it somehow worked and didn't look weird on him at all. However, what made more than a few people turn their heads was not his clothes, it was his face. He had a beautiful androgynous face, a straight small nose, a high jaw, with soft edges coupled with honey brown hair and ivory skin. His black eyes had a trace of mischievousness, like he was actually enjoying the attention. When he walked out of my sight, I shook my head in disbelief. I had my share of eccentric people in my life, but this might be the first time I had seen someone able to pull off a combination of clothes like that. Suddenly I had a feeling that this person might become Marwa's best friend if given the... Okay, stop that thought. I was curious what his personality would be like. I couldn't seem to make a guess, but the thought of making friends with him felt somewhat absurd. Oh well, it's not like I will see him again. Oh, well. With that conclusion, I ate the last of my donut and stood up. We are still missing one love interest. But probably not today that we'll meet him. As expected, the bar was still empty aside from a single person. A lone middle-aged man was standing behind a bartending table and an array of whiskey glasses neatly arranged in front of him. Hi, Mr. Smith.
Maya, do you still have some free time, so... What are you doing here?
I just thought you might need some help with opening preparations.
Of course. You can help me polish these glasses.
Is there a napkin I can use?
Here.
Mr. Smith is quite pretty, I must say. He threw a napkin at me, but I couldn't catch it in time.
5 years and you still can't catch it.
You always catch me off guard, Mr. Smith. Taking a place beside him, I started to rub one of the glasses. Where's Sarah? She's supposed to be ahead of me. Mr. Smith grunted and gestured to the back with his chin.
At the back, with the damn bread.
That Brad is your son-in-law to-be.
If he's not competent with his work, I will never let him taint my little flower.
This kinda reminds me of a later plot point. There's also another example of a father being very not really wanting to give his daughter away to someone else. I sure am glad my father is not as protective as you, Mr. Smith.
Don't count on her, kid. Anything can happen in the future.
Well... What are they doing? Just as I was about to retort, a magnificent sound of crashing and falling was heard from the back room.
Damn it! Oi! You better pray there's nothing broken back there or I will break your neck!
Everything's fine, Dad. Sarah's voice was a little too breathless for my taste. Father must have thought the same, since his eye twitched and he frowned deeply.
I should call her and make her stay with you.
No thanks, I don't want to wake the sleeping lioness.
Bayou!
A rather slightly disheveled man in a suit came into view. I must say I really like Bayou's design too. It's very much not NPC-like. Bayou seemed a little surprised to see me, but then composed himself quickly when he saw Mr. Smith's glare. He usually wore black sunglasses, but he was not wearing them now, revealing a pair of mismatched eyes. One eye was grey and unmoving, while the other one was a dark brown. There was a small scar just below his grey eye.
Sir! Clean up your mess in the back room now! If I see a single bottle missing.
Bayou threw me a look which screamed save me, but I could only give him a sympathetic smile and a shrug. I already had my job to do and honestly, I didn't want to face Mr. Smith's wrath.
What are you looking at? Is there something interesting over there?
No, sir.
What then? Are you defying me? No, sir! Huh? No, sir! Good. Now that you're paying attention, move your ass and tidy the back room.
Sir, yes, sir! Poor Bayou. Mr. Smith had been a US Army surgeon before he married Sarah's mom. Bayou really had a hard time trying to win him over. Father, why can't you... Maya! I thought you were coming later tonight. I just thought your dad could use some help.
Less talking, more working.
Yes, sir! I mock saluted and he snorted. I'll help too. I blame you guys that Bayou's occupied now.
With good reason.
Father! I spent some quality time with Sarah, Mr. Smith. Alrighty. some more family time. Maya, you're back early. Yeah, I just want to rest for a bit before going to work tonight. I see, but be quiet. The twins are sleeping. It took me forever to make them take a nap. Okay, I'll just go to my room. You don't want to eat supper? Nah, I'm still full. Where's Marwa? She's still playing outside. Why? Just curious. I'll go to sleep now. You want me to be your cuddle mate? What? No. Sheesh, Mom, I'm too old for that. I whispered. That's not what Marwa told me yesterday. Embarrassed, I decided to ignore her last sentence and went back into my room. I'll just take a nap for a couple hours and then go out again. Nodding to myself, I climbed into my bed and went into a light sleep. Night falls. As night descended, bustling roads became deserted. Only some brave peddlers in stores were still open for last-second profits. One of them was Red Lily Bar. At 11 p.m. the bar was quite lively, almost full despite the bad rumors surrounding it. Cigarette smoke twirled in the air, mixing with thick scent of perfume. Along the wall were lava lamp pillars. They added a mysterious yet calming atmosphere to the bar. Drunk customers were babbling their hearts out. Couples were secluded in their corners, while others were involved in drinking games with their friends. One person stood out the most. A grumpy-looking bartender was glancing again and again at a particular place in the bar. The entrance to another room with pink light glowing from within.
How is it?
It's not too bad. No one is acting out of line tonight.
You never know. Keep your eyes sharp, especially when the tipping starts.
Yes, sir. The phone is ready for 119.
Now get cheeky with me, boy.
Bayou! Yeah, something happened. It's not exactly a non-dangerous job. 1 hour earlier. Okay, take a deep breath. Phew. That's it. Tonight you're the star. Forget everything else. The only thing that matters is giving them a performance they will remember. Listen to the music. Immerse yourself in it. Tonight, you're not Maya the Weed Otomo. Tonight, you're Red Lily. And the show starts.
What'd you do to me?
Ah yeah, it starts flashing now, so be careful. As the music started, a number of pole dancers glided into the floor. Each of them was wearing bikinis that accentuated their curves, and they didn't want to waste any time to show off their signature moves and allures. The lights above flashed and changed color depending on which dancer is shown upon. Winks and catcalls were shared, especially to the VIP members who were seated at the front. If they were lucky, some of them would even get a lap dance later. When the lights dimmed, the dancers took it as a cue to leave the front pole empty. That's where Sarah and I took charge. Tonight's theme was swimsuits. Sarah was wearing a 2-piece bikini while I wore a second 1-piece swimsuit.
What'd you do to me?
Her 6-inch heels matched. She was more confident in her strides though, and she was the first one to reach the pole.
Do to me?
The honey blonde claimed it, winking at the audience, and boldly grinned against it. This sounds a little bit like fanfiction. The style. I took my time and swayed my hips sensually with each step I took towards my destination. When I set myself across from Sarah, she gave me a sultry look and pulled one of her legs to straddle it. Our bodies were now squished together with only a pole between us. A dancer behind us shook a bottle of champagne and opened it, spraying white bubbles over our bodies. The perverts out there started hooting for more, but we ignored it. Instead, we started to move together in sync. Our dancing routine was perfectly imprinted within my mind. I could do it blindfolded. Sarah straddled me, used her leg as a step to move, and climb up the pole. She used her other leg to wrap it around tightly, and successfully suspended her body in midair. After I was sure she had a sure grip with her other leg, I turned towards the audience and gave them a show of licking my lips seductively, but tracing the contours of my body. These guys are so easy to please. My heart pounded with excitement, blood rushed to my head. This was what I dreamed of, dancing freely, drowning in music to the sound of deafening applause which showed no sign of stopping. The only problem is the environment.
Look at those heels. Must feel good to be stepped on by her. I want to try getting stepped on.
I almost frowned, but stopped myself in time. After I was done with my little solo, I followed Sarah up and ached my back as far as I could, like a lover longing for a beloved. Sarah took note, and one of her hands quickly went behind my head, roughly jerking me closer. Thankfully, my wig didn't slip. Blushing, I glared at Sarah for a moment, warning her not to get too carried away. After we posed a few more times, we held onto the pole with our hands and released our legs for a moment to slide down together. Fervent clapping and calls for an encore were raining down upon us, but of course we were not done yet. We gave the other dancers a cue and they joined us one by one, shifting from one pole to another. This was only the beginning. "30 minutes later, my legs were starting to cramp.
Pole dancing must be so hard.
Just a little more and our routine would finish.
Hey babe, there's a little something for you.
Sarah smoothly stopped what she was doing and received the tip, slipping it into her cleavage. She was the one in charge of the tips tonight, and from the looks of it, there were quite a lot. The drunk man didn't step back right away. He had a lewd look in his eye, and just when I wanted to warn him, I was shocked. He took a chance while I was distracted and smacked my butt. The other dancers immediately stopped dancing when I saw this. "Sir, I suggest you respect a you can look but you can't touch policy."
Oh, come on. I'm sure y'all have done more than that.
Hey, what are you guys up to? Back off! When this kind of thing happened, the other customers began to inch towards us. The drunk man had officially turned into a jackass. Look here, you. I believe you're done for tonight, sir. Please go before I call security, I stated coldly while gesturing towards the exit. The jackass stared at me for a while and then he did the unthinkable. What? He dares to? You freaking pulled me off the stage! A series of gasps followed behind me while I bit my tongue to prevent a cry of pain slipping out. The jackass miraculously managed to stay on his feet while the onlookers became more excited by the sudden turn of events. Let go! How dare he! Sister Sarah, do something! Sir, let go of her this instant!
Don't be so cold. Let me cup a feel or two.
Oh no you don't. Keep your dirty hands off me. Bye you! In my struggle, I bumped into someone's table and a champagne glass fell to the ground. Alright, get this dirtbag out of here. I let out a relieved sigh when Bayou came to my aid before the jackass could try and do anything else. Says, "What do you want, man? Let me..." Ow! With fast and efficient movements, Bayou promptly disarmed him by driving his fist into the man's face. A cracking noise and a slightly crooked nose resulted, which made the other men who were advancing stop in their tracks. Fuck off. The dancers didn't bother to hide their gleeful smiles. My nose! You're officially on the blacklist now, sir. If you don't want an ambulance to fetch you, I suggest you leave. I say, serves you right? Yeah! Get out of here, old man, you're ruining our show! Damn it! Anyone else want to join him? Good. Now please, go back to your seats. Man, if I was one of the VIPs, I would be so mad about this though, like... The show being interrupted would be the worst. Fortunately, the other guys didn't dare to band together and break our policy. They know the full consequences of messing around with an ex-sergeant. The dancers also went back to their posts and continued the show after Bayou restored order. If there's nothing else, you can finish up, Red. Your father should be at the front door at any moment now, you whispered. I turned and gave Sarah a worried look. Don't worry, I have two dependable men behind me. Alright, I'll see you tomorrow.
I want you to know what you do to me.
Still holding a cool attitude, I walked back to the dressing room to change.
You okay, kid?
I'm fine. Just a minor problem. You were pretty strongly sexually harassed, though. Mr. Smith grunted. He then handed me a cup of juice and the brown envelope. Some customers who were still sober laughed when they saw the juice. I scolded. Sir, I thought I told you that you don't have to give me this every night.
Are you saying that you don't want tonight's salary?
I quickly snatched the brown envelope. I didn't say that! After a few seconds of reluctance, I took the cup and gulped its contents down quickly.
Drink it all, it's good for you.
I chose not to answer to avoid further teasing. He always had a funny way of cheering me up. There's the dad. Not long after, a tall and tired-looking middle-aged man with stripes of wet hair entered the bar. He looked around until he set his eyes on me. He also nodded in acknowledgement to Mr. Smith.
Looks like your guardian's here. Now scram.
Thanks, and see you tomorrow night, sir. Dad! I hugged my dad without restraint. When you were working at a bar and also had a father who was working overtime, you would find yourself missing each other.
You ready to go home?
He asked while stroking my back a few times. Yep. I released him only to wrap my hands around his arm, ignoring the curious glances thrown at us. After one last goodbye to Mr. Smith, we exited the bar and started our journey home. It was past midnight when we walked home. The road was already barren and very eerie. I became super aware of our surroundings. It wouldn't be strange if we saw a ghost floating by. In fact, I did see one last night. The newspaper wasn't kidding when it said Bermuda crater increased spiritual sightings. My dad didn't seem to be affected, though. His mind was occupied with something. After a few minutes of silence, I decided to start the conversation. Did you have more overtime at work, Dad? It's quite unusual for you to pick me up.
Yes, actually.
Hmm?
I wanted to tell you that your dad might get a bonus.
A bonus? He nodded.
My director announced today that he wanted to reward the hard-working guys, but he might change his mind.
The director's name is... Let me just look it up. Gilang Setiawan, right? I said the funny thing is, I when looking up how to pronounce the name, it also showed the name's meaning. It is true loyalist. The one who once ate dinner with us? He's not the type to go back on his word. I mean, he is named after being loyal, so...
You remember him? How do you know about that? Did you read him?
Nah, I can sometimes guess a person's personality from their name and face. My dad's eyes widened even more than it already was. I thought he would get used to this by now, but it seems I managed to surprise him again and again. It's about time they recognized your efforts.
I hope so too. If things go well, the office will even sponsor us to have a family vacation to Bali at the end of next week.
Yay! That's awesome! I've never had a family vacation like this before. Where did we put our old camera? Oh, and where did we put our traveling bags? We have to find them. Why are you giving me that look? You should be more enthusiastic about it.
I just don't want you to get disappointed when he cancels it.
He won't. I can promise you that.
Then I suppose it's great news.
I like how he also completely believes her.
To my surprise, my dad pulled me and hugged me to his side.
He then let out a deep laugh, the kind that was contagious and sent warm ripples into my heart. It had been a while since I had my dad laugh. After the twins arrived, he increased his working hours, which resulted in getting to work early and getting home late in the night. When I asked my mom, she said that Dad looked a little paler now, and often went straight to bed after eating dinner.
I wanted you to be the first person to know. You've worked hard since a young age. So hard that sometimes I feel like you're not aware that your dad is still able to be this family's backbone.
Dad?
Don't grow up so quickly. Depend on me more.
You are overworking yourself as is, sir. Please, be careful.
It might take time, but your dad will definitely get a promotion and you won't have to work at a bar anymore.
He smiled, reaching to gently stroke my hair in a familiar gesture. Tears welled up in my eyes and I looked away. I just wanted to help with raising my little brothers and sister. I knew that my dad wasn't happy when I decided to work as a pole dancer, but I've never been good at anything else except for dancing and tarot reading. It was clear from my report cards. One look through them would make anyone speechless. After I failed my high school entrance exams, I faced the pinnacle of the discrimination and bullying. Many have called me trash, no good, dropout, and so. Aside from Sarah, those who called me their friends quickly changed sides, joining the pointing and accusing hands of our so-called community. Oof. People are really putting too much value on, like, school performance. For those who are wondering, here are some facts about our community. The rumors never let up. Past were never forgotten. And everyone needed to gossip. They said it was just unfortunate that I happened to be the hottest topic back then. Hottest topic my ass. Because of that, no one took me seriously whenever I applied for a job. And don't get me started with how depressed I got before I learned how to ignore them. Even so, the gods above was just. In place of my flaws, I was blessed with a wonderful family. My parents never blamed me or pushed me away, and my siblings were always there to cheer me up with their antics whenever I was down. Mr. Smith, Sarah, and Bayou were also there. They managed to convince my parents and gave me a job. All of them knew I tried my best and accepted me for who I am. My passion, my strengths, my weaknesses. That's why I would do anything for them. I can't wait until next week. Make sure you tell Mom tonight so she can help me prepare for it. No matter what my dad said, I would always do my best to lessen his workload.
I'm sure she'll be surprised.
Hehe, she might even give you a reward. Don't be too loud though, there are children sleeping in the house. I winked mischievously at Dad, which he purposely ignored with a slight tint of red on his cheeks.
That bar is a bad influence on you.
Now, don't bring Sarah or Mr. Smith in this.
That night, both of us walked the rest of the journey with a slight bounce in our steps.
Inevitable encounters. Yeah, we're gonna meet the love interest properly now. And not just see them from afar. The next morning I was excited to see how Mom and Marwa would react to Dad's good news, so I woke up extra early. At 8 AM, I was half rushing my way down to the living room with a wide smile on my face. What's this? Did the sun rise from the west today? No, it's from the north today, Marwa giggled. Did you have a nightmare? I shook my head and was about to open my mouth. Wait, do you feel sick? Is your stomach hurting? The transition from teasing to worry was astoundingly fast, and I hadn't even said a word yet. Oh, how I love my family. Nah, maybe it will hail today. Give me a break, guys. More importantly, where's Dad? Did you hear the news? That isn't up yet. What news? Do you know, Mom? Curiously, she avoided her eyes with a small blush on her cheeks. He's still sleeping, but he did tell me about it. What? Mom, what did Dad tell you? That we might go on a family vacation this weekend. Vacation? We're going away? Going away, eh? As Marwa got more and more excited, she slowly approached Mom with glittering hope in her eyes. When Mom nodded indulgently, whatever doubt she had was gone in an instant. Yes! Did you hear that, big sis? We're going away! Do you know where we'll be going? Where should we go? To mountain? To beach? No, we should go to an amusement park. Whoa, hold your horses, sis. Gotta drink something. Dad said something about Bali, but I don't know the details yet. Bali? We're going to Bali! Do you even know where Bali is? Nope. Mom, where is Bali? Is it a fun place? I've never been there before. I think I have a pamphlet about Bali being famous for its beach. We're going to the beach! I'm going to tell Rio about this. He's gonna be so jealous. Watch your step, you're going to hurt yourself. Yes, Mom, I'm going out for a second. I laughed and shook my head at my hyper-excited sister. She almost stumbled over her own feet, trying to get to the front door as fast as possible. Anyway, should I go and wake Dad? He's going to be late for work. No, he's staying home today. Huh? It's not like him to take a day off. Did something happen? Mom? He hurt his back. His back? But yesterday he was... Mom shot me a pleading look. Oh. So he decided to play carelessly and hurt himself in the process. Maya. Her blush intensified and she didn't deny it. Bingo. He should be careful next time, but I guess it's also good for him to rest once in a while. Mom coughed and I bit my lips to contain my laughter. Alright, stop talking and eat. Breakfast is going cold and it's not going to finish itself. Okay, thank you for the food. Snickering, I gave my mom one last knowing look before digging in. Alright, time to work. I have some work stacked in the bar, so might have to work on that first. Then let's do that, but by the way, I really should save. Polishing, polishing. Today was a beautiful day. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, my little sister was smiling, and my parents were happier than ever. Even Mr. Smith looked like he was in a good mood this afternoon before he went out. But as they say, where there were good times, there would be bad times as well. In my case, it was just this teeny tiny thing disturbing me.
Sarah, you wanna go?
Go? Go where? Bayou gestured outside with his head while scratching his chin nervously. A faint shade of red slowly crept into his neck and ear. Go on a date with me. Sure. Wait, you do? I mean, you two are together, so why are you surprised? Alright. Sarah barely spoke one word and Bayou suddenly followed in a rush. Oh, you do? She said yes. Oh. Why did you say it like I fell for a cunning prank? I'm your girlfriend, you egg. Bayou only laughed harder when Sarah smacked his back in a playful rage. He soon retaliated by pulling her into his arms, which threw her in a giggling fit. Maya is not enjoying the show. She is not. I held back the temptation to hit him with the glass I was polishing. Sorry, I just thought that maybe you'd have second thoughts about me with how your dad... No, of course not! How could you even doubt me? I'm not doubting you, I'm just worried about the future. I am the one who should worry the most. You're handsome, diligent, hardworking, well, I'm just... Huh. A lot of better women out there than me. Girl, you see yourself in the mirror? And like, your personality is not bad either. You probably make bank as a pole dancer. Well, at least I hope you do. Don't say that. You're the only one for me. I love you. I love you too. Maya's face is getting worse. Mr. Smith wouldn't notice if a glass was missing, would he? No, he would definitely notice, so I decided against it. Instead, I put on the best grossed out expression I could make. Guys, seriously, in broad daylight, as soon as Mr. Smith is gone... Your cussing and PDA is still as bad as ever, by the way. Sarah blew a raspberry at me. Very mature. This is not PDA. Technically, we're in my house. At least do it after we're finished cleaning up, or do it where I can't see you. Sorry, Maya. Let's finish this quickly so we can go on a date, shall we? Still smiling, he nudged Sarah gently, and he reluctantly let him go. Maya, you should really loosen up a little. Sarah, a job is a job. You should be grateful that the beautiful dependable me is here, or you would get trouble with your dad, I reminded her. Yeah, fine. Speaking of jobs... Babe, weren't you going to introduce a friend to Father about filling a bouncer job vacancy? Bayou almost choked with his own spit when he heard this. Really? This is the first time I've heard about this. I just heard it from Father yesterday. So? When is your friend going to come over for the interview? It should be soon. You should contact him and ask him when he will have time to meet.
Well, you see, he's not coming. I have some trouble with contacting him, so... Don't worry, I'll tell you as soon as I get a hold of him. Sarah frowned when her boyfriend started to act unnatural. There weren't many things that could make the usually calm and oriented Bayou nervous. This was either a somewhat sensitive topic for him, or there was something he wanted to hide. Either way, the guy will come sooner or later. We have more important matters to do. There's a puddle of vomit waiting for you in the toilets. Oh, don't remind me. Where's the mop? I better clean it up before the stinks decides to stay. You sighed in relief. Thanks for that. Express your gratitude by helping me polish these glasses. Without needing further persuasion, he approached me, picked up a glass and started polishing. With the three of us combined, we got the work done with a little time to spare. When Mr. Smith came back at 5 p.m., Maya was already standing ready at his post. Sarah and I immediately went to the dressing room after we exchanged a small greeting with her father. Thus, another ordinary day passed in peace. Dad, what's wrong? You're slouching. It's nothing.
Is your back hurting? You know, I don't mind having another little brother or sister, but the wallet is already tight enough as it is.
Maya. Alrighty. Now see what is going on at the cafe. Tarot reading. Making bank. Can I go again? Apparently. It began as a whisper in the air. I was relaxing in my room, listening and humming to my favorite composer's music, when I heard a rumble followed by a tapping on my window. Droplets of moisture dripped from the grey sky. It started slow but soon escalated into a rhythmic pitter-patter. I stiffed for a moment. Have they brought in the laundry? As I pondered, the front door suddenly opened, followed by a set of quick steps and a gloomy voice.
The woman was lying when he said it was gonna be sunny all day.
Welcome home. Even the weatherman can be wrong sometimes, dear.
But I promised to play with Rio today.
I'm sure he'll understand. Why don't we play Conquer together instead? It's been a while since you played with me.
Okay, I'll go fetch it.
Try to walk quietly through. Your sister might be asleep. Oh, Maya, you awake?
Have we brought in the laundry?
Don't worry, I didn't take it out yet. Uh-oh. Lightning struck from the heavens without a warning, too close for comfort. All of us were startled, especially Marwa, who stumped straight into my mom's arms. In a flash, the rainfall became heavier and a rhythmic pitter-patter evolved into a whirling sound. My mom patted Marwa's back in comfort before signing. I hope the rain stops tonight, or your dad might spend the night in his office again. It will probably stop soon. Rain like this usually doesn't last long. I glanced at my little sister, who was on the verge of tears. She always has been afraid of thunder. Cheer up, Marwa. At least it's not a blackout. You say just on cue. Me and my big mouth. The screaming turned into sobs. I could only stand there awkwardly while Mom cooed and persuaded Marwa to stop crying.
After Marwa stopped crying, she played conclac with my mom a few times before she retired to her room. She was exhausted and wanted to take a nap before attending to the twins again in the afternoon, which brought me to this predicament. You see, Marwa was like an energetic puppy. She couldn't stay still, and it wasn't long before she started nagging me to play with her. Honestly, I would rather catch up on my beauty sleep, but sleeping was the farthest thing in Marwa's mind. When she gazed at me expectantly with the big round glittering eyes of hers, it can't be helped. Sweet little me couldn't possibly ignore her puppy eyes. And the rain is stopping. 4 hours later, I found myself playing conclac for the upteenth time. My stack is bigger. I win. I'm bored! You know, you've only told me that for, I don't know, 1,000 times. The rain had considerably mellowed out, but the lights were still out. My sister, who was accustomed to either listening to a radio or playing outside in her free time, was trying my thinning patience. I was tired and a nap sounded heavenly to me before I had to go and do my shift tonight. Seriously, can't we just take a nap, Marwa? Who knows, the lights might be already back when we wake up.
But I'm not tired. Oh, I know.
What is it? I quirked an eyebrow when her eyes suddenly sparked with mischief.
Tell me a secret and I'll tell you one.
So, we're telling stories now. She nodded vigorously. I don't know. My secret is pretty big. I doubt you'll have a secret with equal value.
You go first. I have a silly amount of secrets that I'm sure will surprise you.
A cute attempt to use an adult word won me over. Okay, just promise you won't tell anyone. Turning serious, I squinted my eyes towards Mother's room, making sure she hadn't woken up. When I was assured, I inched closer and began whispering in Marwa's ears. You see, Marwa gave me all her attention and even tilted her head to hear me better. I once became too beautiful, made someone faint. Ha!
You're teasing me again.
Keep your voice down. Mom is sleeping. You can ask Sarah about it once if you don't believe me. Marwa stared at me in disbelief, and I gave her a confident smirk in return. Technically, I was not lying. It all happened in my shift as Red Lily when a dazed customer walked past the stage with a glass of whiskey in his hand. He was disoriented and stumbled all over the place when his eyes met mine. I was in a naughty mood back then. Without thinking much, I flashed him a smile and winked. Imagine my surprise when he suddenly fell backwards unconscious with a red but happy face. Come on, I told you mine, so tell me yours. My sister briefly looked me up and down with a doubtful look before she finally conceded.
This has been on my mind for a while, so don't get mad.
Did you do something bad? A hesitant nod. No matter what, you are still my cute little sister. As soon as I finished my sentence, the wide smile she showed me was dazzling. If I was sleepy back then, I surely was awake now.
This happened 2 weeks ago. Remember the time when I woke up late and rushed to Ria's house?
Nodding, I vaguely remembered the day when she woke me up from a nap, shrieked, and then changed her clothes in record time before running out.
At that time, I mistook your underwear for mine.
Excuse me? She spat her words out so fast I thought she was talking nonsense. Marwa, say it again one more time, slowly now.
I mistook your underwear for mine. Sorry.
Thunder of rage. Marwa, that's gross! How could you mistake your underwear for mine?
You promised not to get mad.
Oh, I'm not. But that doesn't mean I won't punish you. Nyum. Raising my hands, I pounced and giggled my hands at her stomach. Her frightened expression turned into a delighted one when she realized I was only playing. I chased her as best as I could in our limited space. However, she was faster and nimbler than me, managing to avoid my searching hands by a hair's breadth. It was like she knew where I was going for. Ouch. Ow! Oh,
are you alright?
In my haste, I stubbed my pinky toe on the bed. Ouch. Our previous humor was gone, replaced by stinging pain, and was brought down to my knees in seconds. Seems like the house is getting too small for you two. Hi, Mom. You awake? Mom looked at me cringing and cradled my poor pinky toe when I crouched down to my level. Let me see. Nothing serious. You know better than to play recklessly inside the house. What if you broke something? You're right, sorry. I look downward in shame. I get carried away easily and dislike making my parents worry.
Sorry.
How about both of you go and treat yourself at Sweet Yale Cafe? I'm sure you're itching to go out.
But it's still raining.
That's a first. You don't want a hot cup of cocoa?
No, I want it.
Then go, I'll give your allowance to your big sister.
Yay! Cocoa!
Ah. Are you sure? Aren't we trying to cut expenses? With a short reluctance, Mom regarded me in the eyes and said, Sure, it should go out and play. Don't think, just have fun. He shoved a crumbled bill into my hoodie's pocket and ignored my cries of protest. Mom!
Big sis, hurry up!
Go, your sister's waiting. I could only express my dissatisfaction by pouting like a pufferfish as she pushed me out with an umbrella, followed by Marwa, who started pulling on my arm impatiently. Alright, don't pull and stay close to me. I know what comes next. Careful, don't run! I reprimanded my very eager sister. Unlike the local residents, Sweet Yale Cafe didn't suffer the blackout due to having a personal generator. People were attracted to it like a magnet. There was quite a long line in front of the service table. Marwa was already curing by the time I took my umbrella away. Look who it is! Mr. Wolf Mask. Isn't that... Sitting at one of the tables was the mysterious guy with the mask I saw at Hackham Road. He was engrossed in something.
Big sis!
I replied distractedly.
You go look for a seat while I do the ordering, okay?
Oh, wait, what? I don't think that's a good idea. You could get lost in a crowd or worse, get kidnapped by someone. Marwa rolled her eyes and then did a cute angry pose by putting her tiny hands on her hips.
The cafe is not that big. You can see me easily from the corner. Besides, I'm already a big girl.
Sure you are, little one. Sensing my little sister's resolve, I sighed. Whenever she gave me that pose, I knew that she was really serious about something. Just like any other kid, she had her moments. Hers were focused on wanting to grow up quickly. She would definitely throw a tantrum back at home if I didn't consent, and which I really didn't want to face right now. Alright, just this once. Be careful when you're holding the cocoas, and don't tell Mom about this. When I reluctantly agreed, Marwa beamed. In a flash, she was already at the front of the queue.
Maya still has a very good clothing style. I would love to have that jacket myself. Involuntarily, I found myself walking towards the masked man's table. People say curiosity killed the cat, but I never believed that. Where humans are concerned, the only thing a healthy curiosity can kill is ignorance. Indeed. The closer I got, the more confused I became. It was a familiar sound, a sound that I usually heard when Dad was working at home. It should be impossible because of his disability, but there it was. The sound of typing on a keyboard. After sneaking behind him, I saw that there was indeed a laptop in front of him. His hands were gliding over the keyboard and long fingers clicked on the small buttons with fluid motions. Random-looking numbers, words with various colors were typed across its black screen in a very fast pace. I frowned deeply. What is happening? Last time I saw him, he was swindling items with only a few words, but now he's typing on a laptop. Isn't he blind? Swindling items, more like people gave him stuff for cheap. But yeah, as far as I know, like, he has a special keyboard with braille. I struggled to understand. Or was it just my assumption that he's blind? No, I was sure that mask didn't have any openings for his eyes. As if answering me, the man's left hand suddenly reached towards a cup of coffee beside him, and missed. I watched as his fingers slowly traced the table in front of him, touched the cup, and brought it to his lips. He did it all while his other hand didn't stop typing. By now I couldn't stop my mouth from dropping in astonishment mixed with admiration. Other people didn't seem to notice though. Instead, they threw me a questioning look when they saw me gaping. You are creeping a little on him, you know? All of a sudden, the man sighed, stopped typing and turned his face towards me. I nearly choked on my own spit. Whoever is behind me, stop staring and scram, he hissed. I was too shocked to reply. This man is really blind. Even though he looked like he was glaring at me, he was looking slightly off to the side, not locking onto me, even though I was standing there like a deer caught in the headlights. I also got a good look at his mask this time, since I was closer to him than last time. The mask definitely didn't have any holes. It completely covered up the upper half of his face. This is why I hate going outside, he mumbled grumpily. The rest of the sentence too low for me to hear. Then he turned back to his laptop without waiting for me to reveal myself. His voice snapped me out of my reverie and I immediately felt ashamed. My parents raised me better than this. Stealing myself, I was about to apologize when a small voice called out, and disaster is striking soon.
Big sis, I got the cocos. Huh? You didn't get a seat?
Yeah, sorry, I got a bit distracted.
Look, there's one open over there.
Wait, Mawa? In a hurry, Mawa badly miscalculated the space between her arm and the table to her left, which was the strange man's table, and... Fuck! The moment he felt a splash of liquid, he immediately raised his laptop high in the air. Curses streamed out from the man's mouth in waves. Mawa really had done it this time. He was frozen with fear and guilt. Her wide, horrified eyes fixed on the drenched laptop. Ah, a nightmare. I took away the cocoas from my trembling hands before she could drop them. Of all the things. Shit! Recommence emergency termination. Commencing emergency termination. A robotic female voice came from the laptop, followed by a distinct beep. My sister slipped behind me and hid behind my back. My hands were gripping the hem of my clothes tightly. Feeling bad for both Mawa and the stranger, I stepped forward. Excuse me? Oh my god! Sir, are you alright? Still, I was preceded by a nearby waitress. As soon as the waitress got close to the masked man, a slender hand shot out and grabbed the waitress' collar. As you can see, Aya is not a very nice guy. The aim was slightly off, but he immediately corrected it and pulled.
You, how dare you? Do you know do you fucking know how much this laptop costs me? Even if you worked for a fucking lifetime to repay it, it wouldn't be enough.
He snarled. Well, it is a very special customization, if I remember right. Rigid with fury, the man violently shook the terrified waitress with one hand. It wasn't me, I was only...
Then tell me who the fuck it is, or God help me. I'll fucking kill you with my goddamn mug.
I couldn't possibly stay silent any longer. Yeah, let's clean his laptop for him. When he heard my voice, the man immediately stiffened. We really should clean it as soon as possible. When it's dry, there shouldn't be anything wrong with it as long as it doesn't short-circuit.
At least you have the decency not to run away. Has this happened to you before?
Yes, my dad once spilled water on his. After that, he finally let go of the waitress, who quickly stepped back and merged with the crowd. Wait, when did they start gathering around us? Please let me explain what happened.
What happened is that you fucking spilled coffee on my laptop, idiot. Listen here, you numbskull, if you value your life.
At the sound of Marwa's sniffle, he paused. Please don't get mad at Big Sis. I was shocked that Marwa even had the courage to speak. She was trembling and clearly about to burst into tears. I gently hushed her and gave her a little nudge to hide a little further behind my back. The man clicked his tongue.
Why is my luck so shitty today? Oi, clean my laptop first, then we'll talk. That thing is more important than your life.
Now, that was rude. Stifling an irritated huff, I chose to bite my tongue and obey. If I let my mouth run and tried to fight fire with fire, the cafe would definitely burn to ashes. I didn't want to make a scene in front of Marwa. Slowly, I cleaned up both his desk and laptop with a nearby napkin. The masked man seemed to have calmed down to some extent. The previously silent crowd dispersed with a whisper, and the waitress was kind enough to give me extra napkins. Alright, here you go. I put the laptop in front of him in the exact place it had been before. I'm really sorry, my little sister got too excited. She saw an empty seat and she was afraid someone else would take it if she wasn't quick enough. It was pure accident, right, Marwa?
Make her stop crying.
I want to, but you're scaring her. I explained while trying to calm Marwa down. She was still clinging to my back.
Sit.
Sorry?
I said sit.
Marwa jumped a little behind me, but she obeyed. Albert slowly with tears in her eyes and dragged me in the process.
What's your name?
My name is Maya, and this is...
I'm not asking you.
He snapped, and I once again bit my tongue in irritation. Yeah, you are so incredibly rude. I swear, if you hurt Marwa... Me?
Yes, you with the squeaky voice.
Marwa peered at me like she was asking for permission. I nodded and put a protective arm around her for encouragement. Marwa?
Well, Marwa, how old are you?
6.
Do you understand what you've done is wrong?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Who is telling you to cry? Stop that. Big girls don't cry.
The man cleared his throat.
Little Mawa, my name is Aya. I won't be angry with you as long as you understand what you've done wrong and promise not to do it again. This laptop is very important to me.
I know. Daddy has one too.
Then this should be easy. Do you know what happens to bad children?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll listen. I promise I'll listen to Big Sis from now on.
Good. Because if you do this again, Big Bro here will fucking explode.
This line is still so funny. No. I forgot to close her ears. Mawa giggled when she heard him swear in an exaggerated manner. Mawa giggled. 1 second ago she was terrified of him and now she was okay? Children these days, or maybe it's just Aya. He's so full of surprises.
Oi, Mawa's big sister. Don't take your fucking eyes off her ever again.
You know, thanks for being lenient. About the compensation, how much is it? If you're willing, I can pay in installments, but...
No need. I'll do a thorough checkup later myself.
Well, we can at least buy you a cup of coffee. He gave it some thought before replying.
I appreciate the offer, but can I ask something else? You fucking owe me anyway.
This guy couldn't seem to stop swearing. You need to get used to it. He will pepper in a fuck or two in every single sentence he says. I hope this wouldn't have a bad influence on Mawa. I would also have to hide this from Mom. As long as I can do it, sure.
Give me your sugar packs.
Sorry?
Give me your fucking sugar packets.
Is he referring to the free sugar packets? You see, in Sweet Shell Cafe we would get 2 free sugar packets for every drink we brought. I just didn't understand why he would want them. Because his coffee is too bitter for him. Sure. I give him all 4 of the sugar packets they had given Mawa and me, and he hurried in satisfaction.
Thanks. I shouldn't waste any more time now. Just remember that next time I won't be so forgiving.
Yee. You should learn to get your temper in control, though. That went well? When I got home later, Mom asked if we had fun. Mawa thankfully kept quiet about what happened. Probably because she was embarrassed? Probably. Alright. Let's see, do we get to see Hello Kitty guy? Doesn't seem like it. Later that day.
Wherever you are, wherever it is, if you're in trouble, call Hello Kitty.
A cheerful, catchy song was playing from the radio in the living room. In front of it stood Mawa, who was singing along with everything she had. She was as cheerful a child as could be without being able to watch her favorite cartoon on TV.
Punching left and right, punching up and down. Yay, yay, Hello Kitty saves the day.
Nee. Not far away, Mom and I were watching with a smile. I wonder if she'll ever get bored of that. Maybe later when she's all grown up. I hope so. It depends on the person. I had suddenly remembered the man I had seen outside the cafe a few days ago with the androgynous looks and cute Hello Kitty hoodie. What do you mean? I told her about her encounter and described the man to her. It might be funny if Mawa and a guy ever met. Mom? She seemed to be deep in thought until... It sounds interesting. Why don't you invite him to come with us next time? You don't even know him yet. Are you serious? got you. You're half serious, aren't you? My mom might be the only person in the world who would consider inviting a person who might be weird in the head to her house just because he was interesting. He does sound like he would be good friends with Marwa. I would think so, but he might be too eccentric. Says the one who flaunts herself in front of a mirror every morning. That's different. I have to care for and nurture myself. It's hard being beautiful, you know. Of course, my dear. I would use face masks with cucumber slices to keep the wrinkles away. Oh, but you're not the one who's been stealing my cucumber, are you? I'm done here. I'm going to meet a client now. Have fun and be careful. Don't get home too late. Sheesh. My face was flustered and as red as it could be. I was only thinking that would be funny if Marwa and that guy met, but no, one little word turned into the conversation against me. I was not the one who stole the cucumber slices, mind you. Cucumber slices would only leave sticky traces all over my face, so I eschew it in favor of ice cubes. What? I said I didn't steal it. But you have stolen it once upon a time, I see. I immersed myself in my dilemma and almost didn't notice that I had already arrived at Hakim Road. There was a crowd going around minding their own business, and peddlers were advertising their merchandise as if their lives depended on it. It was looking like a lengthy river with fast and dangerous currents. It forced me to walk forwards, lest I end up trampled by the people behind me. Mama! A small, raspy sound from the left halted my step. A girl with curly black hair was huddled on the sidewalk, crying her eyes out. From her appearance, she might have been around Marwa's age, maybe a little older. It was a strange spectacle. People around her were usually kind enough to at least take a lost child to a police station. So why would they leave this one alone? The girl must have sensed me staring. She lifted her head and big teary eyes spotted me. Let's help her. No, that was not my intention. No! God damn it, I picked the wrong option. Oh well. I just have to live with it now. I would rather let other people do the job this time. Man! I never picked this option before, so this is also new. Sorry, kids, I have someone waiting for me. Well, we have Hello Kitty Man to the rescue, thankfully, either way. Just when I was about to walk away, a familiar figure approached the girl. I didn't expect it to be the man I was talking about with Mom earlier. Alrighty, Spanish. Probably Spanish, I think. ¿Te has perdido? No puedo encontrar a mi mamá. It has been a long time since I did anything with Spanish, so I have, or it could also be Portuguese, I don't know. So have mercy on me. Te ayudaré a encontrar a tu mamá, pero seca tus lágrimas primero. I'll help you find your mama, but wipe your tears first. It surprised me when he spoke another language so easily. His voice sounded very friendly, a great combo with his boyish grin. I observed as he showed her his empty hands. Then he moved his right hand behind her left ear and swish! A pen magically appeared in his hand. Ta-da! The little girl smiled and weakly clapped at this magic trick. It was followed by him reaching out his hand to her with a silent offer, and she shyly took it. In less than 5 minutes, he managed to win the little girl's heart. However, he caught me off guard when he suddenly walked towards me. I honestly thought about running away, but decided against it. Hey, do you know where the nearest police station is? Oh, just follow this road straight ahead and turn right when you see a roundabout. I see. Thank you very much. And there they go. I guess I did judge him a little too quickly. He might have a unique sense of fashion, but he seemed like a nice guy. Hello? Oh, no, I'm on the way. Yes, I'll be right there. Distracted by the small event, I ended up being late to meet with my client. Man, I should have helped the child. Meanwhile... Birds! A flock of doves and pigeons occupied many rooftops in Jakarta at the first touch of dawn. Here there were a lot of people with the hobby of keeping doves or pigeons as pets, either to entertain it to a race or just as a form of enjoyment. Merchant would usually sell them in pairs, one female and one male. Then the owner would provide a place for them to make a nest. Once they learned where their home was, they would sometimes be released to stretch their wings. Due to that, seeing doves of various colors gathered on rooftops had become a common scene. Today, there was a particular dove joining the fun.
Good morning. That's such a nice day, isn't it? Cool. Why, thank you for your concern. My mistress should be here any moment now. Huh? Cool. Oh, there's nothing to be jealous of, Mr. Bird. In fact, I would be very grateful if my mistress could send me straight to the reincarnation cycle now.
It's kind of depressing to hear that.
I sure wish I could die. Oh, cool.
Hello. The flock of birds immediately dispersed when a figure with jet black feathers landed among them. It was emitting a thick, malicious aura so intense that it scared off its fellow birds, except one.
Oh, must you ruin my day so early, Akash?
Back at you, sorry. Why do you insist on befriending animals?
Why not? At least they're more delightful than you.
Ha! Look at this. Your husband is out for one day and you're already acting so brave towards me.
Save it. Aren't you busy? You're not supposed to leave your master's side.
My master is having the time of his life. He is in such a good mood that he let me have my freedom today. What about yours? She's going to scout another one so soon.
Yes, my mistress has to clean up your master's mess, you know.
Oh, thank you for getting us another unfortunate soul.
Who are you? They're not your toys.
The hostility between the two birds was evident to all to see. Just like the contrasting colors of the feathers, black and white, good and bad. Akash is pretty nice though, I like the little crow. He is at his heart a good birdie. The bickering continued until the sun took its rightful throne high in the sky. Only then the crow melted into the shadows, returning to his master. I don't really have a schedule today. Clients are scarce. I wonder if it's because I'm too good at tarot reading and they end up scaring away. Where should I go today? Let's stay home. Uh-oh, Mawa is wearing something that doesn't belong to her. Just when I thought it might be a good idea to relax once in a while, I saw the most horrifying scene I could imagine. Mawa, what did I say about taking what is not yours? Pray tell, is that my limited edition glow-in-the-dark butterfly sweater? I held both my cheeks in horror. The sweater was clearly oversized for Mawa. Hell, More than half of her body was engulfed in that sweater, but that was the least of my concern right now. My precious treasure got stretch marks, which was undoubtedly the result of Marwa pulling it down forcefully to cover her butt. It was slightly dusty and... Marwa dwi otomo, is that a ketchup stain I see?
I'm sorry, big sis.
Get back here, you little sneak! Take off that sweater, now! All words almost couldn't describe the fury I felt. It was as if hot molten lava was threatening to spill out of my mouth any moment now. What is going on here? As soon as Mom came out, Marwa quickly hid behind her for dear life. She got my sweater dirty again! I pointed an accusing finger at Marwa. Oh, okay, calm down, Maya. I'm sure she meant no harm. Marwa hiccuped and then nodded, scared by my rare display of anger. I already told you this many times, Marwa. Don't ever mess around with it. I sent thousands of postcards just to win that one sweater. My words scared her further into hiding. Good. Maybe she would remember this well enough to learn her lesson. Your sister really loves that sweater, dear. Please take it off. Marwa nodded with tears in her eyes and slowly stripped. I swallowed down the guilt that was clenching in my throat. After she gave it back, I went to the bathroom straight away to wash out the stain. May the stain come out. No, dear. You know you shouldn't take what's not yours.
He doesn't have to get that mad. It's just a stupid sweater.
You still need to respect what people like. And especially not get it dirty. I could hear their conversation from inside the bathroom, but chose to stay quiet and listen. That's a sweater from my favorite band. Butterfly, is it? She had the music on her phone for as long as I could remember.
Does she love it more than she loves us?
Of course not. It's just that your sister can get really scary when you do something bad to something she loves. It applies to us as well. You know that she loves us very much, right? Wouldn't you be angry if she got your favorite blanket dirty?
I'm sorry.
Aw, come here. I feel grateful for Mom. She understood me so well. Furthermore, she didn't forget to be gentle when coaxing and comforting my clueless little sister. Yes, I was selfish, but the sweater really meant a lot to me. I was not someone who usually cared for famous people or figures, but only one managed to touch my heart back then in my darkest hours when I got seriously depressed. Butterfly. But of course, Mama didn't know that. There you go. Thankfully, the ketchup stain seemed to be a new one. My sweater was as clean as it could be now. As for the stretch marks, well, they were barely noticeable. I'll treat Marwa sometime later to apologize. With that in mind, I wrote a mental note and went to hang my precious out to dry. Is it time for the fur love interest? Today I woke up a bit late. When I walked into the living room, Marwa was nowhere to be seen. Marwa was there, but she was so focused on listening to the radio that she failed to notice me. Residents are encouraged to stay in their homes. Please lock your doors and windows, and if something happens, call 110 immediately. Mom? Maya? You scared me. Sorry, you were just so preoccupied with the radio. What is this about? Oh, Maya, it's horrible. You remember Gunter? Gunter? Oh, that hoodlum that got caught last week? Gunter was a pretty famous hoodlum in my neighborhood. He had committed many crimes from fraud to burglary, shoplifting, traffic violations, breaking into houses, and much more. There were usually small crimes, but by accumulating that many, of course the police would be hot on his trail. For the cherry on top, he had also successfully escaped from jail every weekend. At this point I would say skill issue to the jail. It really made me question the jail's security. Last week he was caught again and was on Sweet Shell's Cafe's TV. He only appeared briefly and the police put a black cloth over his head so I couldn't see his face. But from what I could see he was quite bulky, like a Hulk. That's right. Apparently he escaped again and yesterday he was seen only 3 blocks away from here. Don't worry, as long as we lock the door and windows at night we should be fine. No offense, but there are a lot of better looking houses around us. To be frank, my house looked very plain compared to the other ones which were bigger with fancy colors. No burglar would find our house tempting. I hope you're right. Can't you take a few days off though? I don't think I can feel at ease knowing my daughter comes home so late when there's a criminal roaming nearby. Yeah. I think I can handle it. Please, do it for me. Looking at my pleading mother, I faced a dilemma. I was sure Mr. Smith wouldn't mind if I took a couple days off, but on the other hand, I wanted to save any amount of money I could for my siblings. For example, Mama was outgrowing her clothes really fast, so we would need to buy new ones. Plus, we needed it to buy diapers and milk for Adi and Dika. I stared at my mom for a moment. I guess it's time for me to get a good night's sleep. There was no use fussing. If push came to shove, I could always look for more tarot clients to make up some of the money I would lose not working at the club. After all, Mom just wanted me to be safe. Okay, I better go and ask for permission now. I'm glad you understand. Do be careful on your way. Yep, I'll be right back. Yep. Mr. Smith was polishing the glasses as usual when I knocked on his door. Sarah and Bayou were nowhere to be seen. Probably having a rendezvous in their love nest. I shuddered.
Maya, you're awfully early today.
Actually...
I see. I did see the man called Gunter on TV today. I didn't realize his last appearance was only 3 blocks away from your home.
I was also surprised. This is the first time something like this has happened. Is it alright if I take 2 or 3 days off? Pausing, my boss took his time considering my fate. At first, it was alright, but when seconds turned into minutes, I became nervous. It's just this once, I promised to pick up the slack later, and I'll take responsibility if there's a decrease on...
Hold on, why do you sound so scared?
I looked down.
Because
you might fire me?
Huh. Mr. Smith burst out in a laugh the moment he heard my meek answer. I was seriously worried though. Oh my, I was just thinking about an alternative for your part-time job.
An alternative?
Yes, we're still short on helping hands. What if I put your night work on hold for now? In exchange, you'll work as my assistant.
When I heard the word assistance, my eyes widened in surprise.
The pay would be roughly the same. Cleaning, organizing shipments, preparing the opening during the day would be some of your new responsibilities.
Really? Last time I checked, you wouldn't easily trust someone to handle those. I remembered the day when Bayou worked his butt off to get that job, but he still got rejected. The requirements were supposedly pretty high.
You've already worked with me for 5 years now and earned my trust. Of course, if you break something or mess up the orders, I'll deduct them from your pay. Depending on your performance, you might get a raise, or this might only be a temporary job.
I would feel bad for Bayou, though.
The brat? As well as Sarah, he was the one who recommended you, though you were not ready back then.
When was that? How come I never heard of this?
Right after he failed, he said that the only one who might be able to take the job is you.
I was shocked. Initially, I thought I was good enough to have my job as a pole dancer. The fact that Bayou failed to get the assistant job discouraged me from trying. I mean, if he failed, what were the chances of me getting that job? You probably also still have a little bit of trauma, you know, from not getting any job back then. In that case, this is not what I expected. No, I mean, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Compared to the uncertain income from tarot clients, this was so much better. A stable income and better working hours. When will I ever get a chance like this again? I can start working tomorrow if you want me to. I'm sure Mom won't have any objections.
Sure, I'm ready if you are. Say hello to your mom for me.
I will. It felt too good to be true. Filled with determination, my heart pounded, and I struggled to keep it from hoping for too much and becoming greedy. Life had been throwing me lemons since I was a teenager. It was only natural that I would feel cautious. Did the goddess of fortune finally smile upon me? If so, I hoped it would last at least until my brothers were old enough to walk by themselves. Hopefully. I ran straight home, ignoring the scorching sun. If my intuition was right, Mom would either be inside caring for my brothers or outside watering the plants. Hey! A police car zoomed past me with incredible speed and I yelped. Sheesh! What are they doing driving so fast in the cluster area? They're going to hit someone, I huffed. Fortunately, the road was currently empty, which was not unusual since people were generally reluctant to go out on such a hot day. I decided to pay it little mind and continue forward to my destination. As expected, there she was, splashing water on the pouch with the help of a plastic bucket and baler. Mom, I'm back! Welcome back. Did something happen to make you look so happy? You won't believe it! I explained the situation and asked for 2 or 3 days off, but instead he gave me a new job. Okay. Speak a little slower, dear. What is this new job you speak of? It's as an assistant, so maybe like a secretary. Anyway, I'll be helping him with shipments, opening preparations, organizing things, and probably other odd jobs. I explained this proudly. As comprehension dawned upon my mother, her eyes widened in delight. That sounds great! You wouldn't have to work as a pole dancer anymore and get home so late. This is a win-win solution. Your dad will be so happy to hear this. I felt a small pang in my chest when she mentioned that I might not have to work as a pole dancer again. I forcefully stomped the feeling down. Suck it up, girl. It wasn't like she forbade you to dance. Yeah, depending on my performance, this might only be a temporary job, though. Rather than replying right away, Mom laughed and waved her hand in a carefree manner. Maya, I always believed in you, even when you don't get a job. All of a sudden, she stopped talking. She blinked rapidly, her wide eyes roaming over something behind me in disbelief. With each passing second, her expression became more grim and held none of the earlier happiness whatsoever. Mom? Is something behind me? Well, look who's here.
Shit.
When I appeared behind me, time seemed to stop. I was not expecting to see a man in the middle of climbing over my fence. What in the world? I blinked. The man was wearing an expression of shock. If it had been any other man, I would probably believe him to be as surprised as I was. However, he was by no means ordinary. He was anything but ordinary. The first thing I noticed was that he was wearing a striped shirt and pants with a handcuff on his right wrist. Even a child would know that he was a frigging fugitive. After categorizing him as an enemy, the next thing I did was measure his strength, and good lord. The man was a rippling mass of muscles. How on earth did he get so big? There was no way I could win ever against him. Heck, he would probably defeat me with a finger. Drowning in misery, the last thing I noticed was his face. He had sharp green eyes and undercut dark brown hair with red highlights in his bangs. It framed his chiseled face nicely in a roguish way, a look completed by 2 piercings on his left eyebrow and another on his lips. A suspicion entered my mind. Gunter? I suddenly felt dizzy. If he said Gunter was good, did I jinx myself this morning? His presence alone imposed an overwhelming sense of power and intimidation. However, I wouldn't give him the satisfaction of seeing me scared. My survival instincts kicked in, and I slowly stepped back, nudging my mother gently behind me. I would be damned if I let this guy do whatever he wanted, but how am I supposed to handle this? Oh, it's just too much.
Okay. Okay, let's all calm down. Even though his tone was soft and unthreatening, I was anything but calm.
I eyed the bucket of water and Baylor that was close behind me. Mom, when I give you the sign, get in the house, lock the door and call the police, I whispered. What? No, what kind of mother would I be to leave my daughter behind? Mom, I'm not your only child. Adidika and Mawa could be in danger. I was desperate to make her understand, and desperate times call for desperate measures. My mom seemed to reconsider it when I mentioned my siblings.
Whatever you're thinking, don't do it. I don't want to hurt you. I'm only here for the plastic bag over there.
Plastic bag? Sure enough, there was a plastic bag sitting by the corner left of my pouch, hidden by the shadows. Don't tell me. Is that a flippin' bomb? Calm yourself, it's not. Taking a deep breath, I put on a poker face and smiled at Gunter.
Hmm?
Mom, now! Get wet, idiot. In the split second while Gunter's guard was down, I opened the front door and pushed Mother inside after I armed myself with the baler. Maya, open the door! Don't waste any more time and call the police.
Wait, what are you?
Stay away!
Listen, I know I don't have a good public image.
Don't have a good public image, you're a fugitive! If you want to hurt my family, think again! You'll have to do it over my dead body! Hey.
Stop splashing me and listen! I'm only here for the bag.
Lies! How dare you put a bomb on my porch? How could you do this to us in broad daylight? How shameless can you be? What did he...
Nonsense, I don't hurt women. I swear on my grandmother's grave, I'm only here for the bag and not a bomb.
A hesitant pause. I had already thrown most of the water inside the plastic bucket. The Bohemian man seems like he had enough and was ready to unleash his fury. Can I really believe him? One small mistake may cost me dearly. Get out and get it. I'm counting 1 to 5. No funny business. Don't forget, I still have this baler. I inwardly cursed myself. Really, Maya? Threaten him with a baler, won't you? All the stress made me speak the first thing that came into my mind. I could only hope he was a man of his word. It already took everything in me to force myself to look brave and not tremble in fright.
Whatever you say, girl. Good grief.
He subtly relaxed when I stopped and patted over the plastic bag with obvious irritation in his eyes. I took this chance to get back and guard the front door like my life depended on it, clenching the baler in my hands and holding it close to me as if it could ward off evil. Gunther made a sound of relief once he confirmed whatever it was in the bag. Our eyes met and he threw me a small amused smirk when he saw me still holding the baler.
Guess my time is up. I doubt we'll meet again.
Well, about that.
Goodbye and... thank you, little girl.
Without looking back, he ran full speed ahead with a police car on his heels. Are you alright? Thank goodness you're okay. When Gunther was gone from my sight, my mind blanked. I thought for sure that I was dead meat. I could barely feel my mom when she embraced me. I was reeling from the fact that Gunther had somehow let me go. Did he say some strange words earlier? Do they mean something? I couldn't remember the first ones, but... Mom? Yes, honey? What does Matu Numwunim mean? Uh-oh, it's the last day. Oh, seriously, this week has been very tiring. Tightening the blanket around me, I ignored the thin rays of sunlight that were peeking from the gaps of my drawn curtains and closed my eyes. I am so glad to, like, have relates or whatever they're called, like those super cool curtains when not a single ray of light can come through. I need 100% darkness in my room to sleep. I spent most of my night rolling around on my bed, only catching a few fitful hours of sleep. This might be the first time I felt so restless. Last week was so extraordinarily hectic that I couldn't help but think about it again and again. Especially about... let's say the jerk with the mask. The thought of that jerk brought a strange mix of anger, guilt, and curiosity to my stomach. I still felt a little guilty about his laptop, but the fact that he seemed to have a permanent stick up his butt irritated me to no end. He really didn't have to swear so much in front of Marwa. I was no good with people like him who seemed to have anger issues. He was rude and a bit scary, but at the same time I was also dangerously curious about how he learned to use a laptop and how he became blind. However, I had a feeling that my patience would wear out before I could even get to know him. Maybe what people say about curiosity killed the cat isn't entirely wrong. Well, in romance visual novels, most certainly. I groaned as I couldn't seem to make up my mind regarding this particular guy. Other than those, the cause of my restlessness could be because I was excited about the long-awaited family vacation. Speaking of which...
Breakfast is ready, Mixes.
Yeah, I'll be right there.
Come on. They're talking about the vacation tomorrow.
I'm up. You go on ahead. I'll join you as soon as I changed.
Okay.
Oh boy, my voice cannot do Marwa's voice anymore. The smell of fried eggs, sausages, coffee, tempeh tahu, and a fresh batch of rice in the air snapped me out of my drowsiness. By the way, what is tempeh? Indonesia's traditional soy product, made by a natural culturing and controlled fermentation process that binds soybeans into a cake form. Oh. And tahu? Ah, tofu. Indonesian often paired it with tempeh. Good morning. When I reached the dining table, I was greeted with bright and smiling faces. Good morning, Maya. Good morning, Maya. It had been a while since we ate together like this. Marwa was digging into her breakfast with gusto, my mom tended to my twin brothers, and my dad was watching all of us with a tender look on his face. Occasionally, my dad would pull my mom into an intimate side embrace. I have grown accustomed to their displays of the affection, but sometimes I wonder if I would have my parents' good fortune with love, which was why I couldn't help but tease them. Depends. Depends on the route. With a plate of rice in front of me, I promptly reached out to get a fried egg and a couple of sausages before making small talk. So, am I going to have more siblings? Maya?
Who's ready for tomorrow?
Me! My backpack is ready!
I already rechecked a few times too. Nice diversion, Dad. I'm ready. No problem with the villa we're reserving.
Yes, the company already took care of it. A car will come to pick us up tomorrow morning.
Dad nodded, looking very pleased. Sadly, this vacation isn't really meant to be. He took a sip of his coffee before turning his smile towards Mom.
Dear, how about we strike while the iron is hot and plan Marwa's elementary entrance for next year?
Shocked, Mom immediately stopped what she was doing and focused her attention on Dad. I paused for a moment before continuing to eat. Sure. It should be time for her to enter, but we don't have to hurry, she said carefully.
Don't worry, I already made the calculations.
You're the best.
Marwa, who had been quiet about this particular topic, stood up from her seat and gave Dad a sideways hug when he confirmed it. Her big doe eyes shone with happiness. When she glanced in my direction, I smiled in encouragement. How about we go and look for a good elementary school later after Dad and I return from work? I'll go and ask around. You still have work, right? Mr. Smith would be troubled if you're not there, she laughed. Even though the menu wasn't different from any other day, today's breakfast tasted more delicious than ever. We're going.
We're going.
Good luck with work, both of you.
Be careful.
I felt ridiculously happy when Dad and I departed together for work. Dad seemed to mirror my giddiness, smiling from ear to ear. Huh? There she is.
Oh, a white dove. A suitable good sign for us, isn't it? It isn't.
Yep, hopefully good luck would stay with us for a long time. Throwing one last look towards the dove, we walked side by side with a comfortable silence between us. Strangely, when we arrived at Hakim Road, there was a nagging feeling within me. I don't know how it happened, but as soon as I stepped into Hakim Road, the earlier happiness dissipated and was replaced with anxiousness. There was a feeling of being watched. A door thrum resounded from behind my head, and I kept touching the tarot deck within my pocket, as though I was afraid it would suddenly disappear into thin air.
I will be back a little late tonight. Tell your mother she doesn't have to wait for me.
Oh, sure. No promises she won't do that, though. You know how stubborn she can be.
You're right. Is something wrong? You keep glancing backwards.
It's nothing. I was probably being paranoid. You are not.
I'll be going now then. Be safe.
Yep, bye. I watched his back as he walked away and merged into the crowd. Alright, better get... Yep. Just when I lost sight of Dad, time seemed to stop. Literally. What the... Colors faded. People froze in their tracks. A child who was running stopped in mid-air with a ball floating in front of him. Time stood still and I rubbed my eyes in doubt. Is it something I ate? My imagination is very active today. I tried to laugh it off. Still, when I opened my eyes, what I believed to be a trick of my mind hasn't changed one bit. A bird is still moving. Okay, that's a good sign. I tried very hard to convince myself that I hadn't lost my mind.
You're not crazy. I can assure you of that.
The bird is talking. My mouth opened in a silent scream and I stepped back in a hurried manner, almost tripping myself silly. Am I still dreaming? Yes, that must be it. Only in a dream could a bird talk. I desperately tried to think of anything that could explain my situation and calm my pounding heart, which was about to jump out of my chest. No, I don't think she's in any mood to play, Zari. Just when I was ready to faint, a suspicious hooded woman with long hair appeared out from nowhere. Blue met molten gold. She was obviously a spiritual being, if not more. I was struck with a dilemma. There was this feeling in my mind telling me that I knew this woman from somewhere. Her voice sounded very familiar. Yet my logic screamed danger. Told me to bolt away from this person and find out what is happening right now by myself. My apologies, dearie. You must be scared. For now, my powers are very limited. I am unable to materialize in your world, so it is the only way for me to communicate with you. Have we met before? I decided to get as much information I could from her to discern her intentions. Darling, I know all about you. Everything from the moment you were born. In fact, we met a week ago, remember? We did? Where? When? Remember this? A card slipped out from my pocket by itself. It can't be. It was a dream. I apologize that I invaded your dream, my dear. What are you? Like I said in your dreams, I have many names. But if you must, you can call me Goddess or Devi. Well, yeah, it means the same. Take your pick. I gaped at how carefree she seemed when she told me who she was. Despite her graceful appearance, her eyes were oozing with mischief and jest. I couldn't help but to doubt her.
Tress?
Ah, right. Let's just skip the trifling matter, shall we? I don't have much time. I'm here to bargain. With me? Who else is there still animated besides you? Yeah. Please continue? Eyes no longer smiling, she waited for me to stop stuttering and spoke. Your family's lives will end tomorrow. Yeah. That vacation is no good. I'm sorry, but I think I misheard you. Tomorrow morning, when your family depart for the vacation, they will perish in a car crash. You're joking, right? I'm very sorry. No, this must be a dream. I'm still dreaming. I couldn't believe it. No, I wouldn't believe it. How could I believe the words of the stranger? She did stop time, you know. This woman must be a swindler. Yes, that must be it. Or all of this was only a bad dream. I must still be lying on my bed.
Shall I enlighten you?
Ouch!
Does it hurt? It's not a dream.
You're lying. You're no goddess! You're just trying to trick me, aren't you? The dove looked insulted. She was agitated and flapped her wings angrily.
Child, look around you. This is only a small fragment of what my mistress can do. Is it something a human could do? Heaven forbid, do you think my mistress a demon or some evil thing?
Sorry.
I spoke too much.
Frightened, the dove flew away after being reprimanded and perched herself on a nearby rooftop. No way. This must be a lie. I didn't need the dove to tell me that the woman wasn't a demon. I just knew. She had a presence that made you feel like you can depend on her and she would never betray you. The kind you felt around your parents or most trusted friends. Her presence was anything but demonic. I knew this, but I need to deny it. I searched within the self-proclaimed goddess's eyes for a sign, anything that could prove she was lying. I looked and looked, but what I found was merely a clear pair of golden eyes staring at me with sympathy. It was decided a long time ago. My mind blanked and I hung my head low. Suddenly an idea popped into my mind. I hadn't ever tried doing a tarot reading for my family before. It always failed when I tried to do readings for myself, so I just naturally assumed it would fail when I tried to read anyone closely related to me. The deaf. No, let's try again. It will stay the same no matter how many times you repeat it.
Stop it already.
The dove whispered, but I ignored it. It's a lie, a mistake. My cards have never lied to me before. They are not lying. When the same card kept appearing, I became furious. Could they do this to me? Do the gods think it's funny to keep throwing misfortune at me and my family? And here I thought it was finally getting better. In a fit of rage, I threw the cards to the ground. It must be a mistake. This is why I'm here. She crouched and collected my cards from the ground. After delivering them back into my hands, her smooth cold fingers caressed mine gently in an effort to comfort me. Like the cards, I don't lie. I can save your family in return for your service. However, I need you to think carefully. It will be very dangerous. I'll do anything if you can really save them. At the prospect of hope, the words flowed from my mouth before I knew it. Mama was only 6 while Adi and Dika were only a year old. It was too soon. Mom and Dad would want to watch them grow. There were still so many things we wanted to do as a family. I would do anything for them. I have been watching you, Maya. I know that you and your parents have had your share of hardships. If you manage to complete this favor, not only will I save them, I will give them a lifetime of happiness. They will want for nothing. I didn't even need to think then. Please tell me what I have to do. You have my gratitude. What you have to do is related to the Bermuda crater. I want you to help me close it. Wait, the Bermuda crater is not a natural phenomenon? Nope, it sure isn't. Of course not. Spirits and humans are not supposed to mix. Surely you have noticed that not all spiritual beings which came from the crater are benevolent. I slowly nodded, remembering the article about claw marks on sheep pastures in Europe.
I cannot tell you why, who, or what have caused it to appear. I am only allowed to send you to where everything started, the Forgotten Isles, and hope that you can solve its mystery yourself. Doesn't that mean that I have no lead and I have to start from scratch? Yep. Can't you at least tell me where there's a good place to start? I wish I could, my dear. As much as I would love to give you some pointers, the barrier won't let you through if I do that. The Forgotten Isles, the haven I had created, is no longer my domain. Therefore, there's a set of rules I have to obey if I want to send you over at all. How about the other gods and goddesses? They can't help you with this matter? They tried. Unfortunately, the one who created the crater is very strong. Strong enough to repel and prevent us from interfering. If they're as strong as you said and all the gods couldn't help you, what makes you think a human like me can do it? Well, I don't know, maybe the power of love? Because you have many gifts. Gifts that will eventually show their brilliance as you progress on your journey. If the Bermuda crater is a simmering lake, you are the stone which will create ripples across its surface. The goddess showed me a smile whose meaning I couldn't begin to comprehend. In any case, I have done everything I can to prevent the spirits from harming humans for now, but at most, I only have another year before I'm powerless to stop them. So my time limit is 1 year. I'll be away for that long, with little to no lead, alone? And more importantly, do I have what it takes? She said I have many gifts, but why am I not aware of them? Where people usually aren't? What can I do besides dancing and tarot reading? No, think positively. 1 year is a long time. For their sake, I must do this no matter what, even if I have to start from scratch. As if guessing my thoughts, she chuckled and softly patted my shoulder. Fear not, you won't go there alone. There are also 3 others who are in a similar situation as yours. We will go together with you to act as your bodyguards. I raised an eyebrow at the mention of others. This was a pleasant surprise. Do I know them? I'll keep it a secret for now. She replied, much to my dismay. I could only hope they were not someone I knew from middle school. Thankfully not. Anyone but them. Is there anything else I need to know? No, I think that's all for now. Ah, all of this talking tires me. Let's continue tomorrow morning when you depart, shall we? Wait, we're leaving that soon? That's right, the faster the better. I suggest you prepare for a long journey. Just wait in front of your house. I should have recovered enough to materialize by then. I was caught off guard. I thought I would at least get a few days to prepare myself, both mentally and physically. Can I have more time to say goodbye to my family? You have tonight. Only a night? I'm sorry, my dear, but as I said, I can only prevent the spirits from harming humans for 1 year, and that is starting from today. By tomorrow, you will only have 364 days to finish your quests. I would rather have you go as fast as possible than to waste precious time. Alright, I guess I'll see you tomorrow. With a heavy heart, I agreed. It was better to have more time than less, and the faster I go, the faster I come back, right? Wonderful! I'll see you again soon. Well, well, so much for the family vacation. With a flick of her wrist, the world distorted for a moment before colors returned and the crowd started moving again. The only thing that proved my meeting with the goddess was real was the white dove still perched on a nearby rooftop.
Well, well.
That night, I came home with a troubled mind and a tired body. Understandable. I spent the entire dinner sighing and poking at my food. When Mother told me to stop playing with my food, I apologized and told her that I already ate outside with Sarah. Is this really the last dinner I eat with my family? I gazed longingly at Dad, Mom, Marwa, and my twin brothers, committing their faces to my memory. This earned me some confused glances. Later, I couldn't help myself and started to nag at Mom. Have we packed extra milk for the twins? What about the diapers? Do we have enough? Wait, just in case you need to bring separate wallets and pack more clothes. Sweetie, we're only going for 3 days, not a week. You never know. What if something unpredictable happens? Like Dad dropping his wallet again. She suddenly stopped talking and gave a look of apology to someone behind me. Dad is right behind me, isn't he? Still. I only did that one time and you remember it forever. It's not just once, it's 3 times. Twice I had to deliver it to you, remember? Now I knew that Dad already had lower self-esteem, so naturally he would feel down when I put it like that. But I couldn't stop my anxiety, so I chose to be blunt instead of beating around the bush. Mom seemed to notice the tensing atmosphere and decided to laugh it off. Don't worry. After all, you'll be there to make sure he won't forget again. But I won't be there. I almost burst into tears. With a lot of effort I endured it, willed my tears to dry, and smiled instead. Yes, of course. Both of them became mildly confused at my response. After that, Mama and Dad retired to their bedrooms early while I stayed to wash the dishes with Mom. It was at this exact time that I neared my acting limits. I clung to her arm, silently asking for mental support. The silence was uncomfortable. It was awkward, and I was sure my mom was dying to know what happened to me, but I couldn't bring it up. So I buried my face against her shoulder in an attempt to hide my crumbling mask. Against my will, some silent tears rolled down my cheeks and got absorbed into her sleeve. What's wrong? Oh, this? I'm just getting sleepy. You know you can tell me anything, right? Nothing happened. I'm fine. Mom went silent for a moment. Just when I thought I managed to get away, she suggested the most random thing I thought I would never hear again since I was 10. I'll tuck your blanket for you tonight. What? No! How did the conversation turn into this? Mom, you don't have to. I'm already an adult. No matter how old you become, you'll still be my baby no matter what, she claimed. My face was red as I furiously tried to change her mind. She was very persistent about it though, and I somehow ended up following her to my bedroom. Marwa was already fast asleep by then. She quickly tucked me in and kissed my forehead. Mom, What is it? What would you do if I suddenly disappear? Well, you would look for you, of course. Why are you asking this? Nothing. It's just a silly question. Good night. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I turned my back to her. She seemed hesitant to leave my side.
A few minutes passed before she talked in a hushed voice. "Good night, Maya. I know something is wrong and you don't want to tell me what it is, but know that I love you and I'll wait until you're ready to talk to me about it, okay?" I wonder if Maya really ever did tell her parents what happened. I stifled a sob with my pillow. "Don't worry, Mom. By the time I return, everything will be back to normal. We'll definitely protect our family." The next day, I hardly ate and barely got any sleep. Yet there I was, standing in front of my house, with a black backpack, big enough to engulf me from behind. Thankfully, I had a pair of small wheels under it, allowing me to tow it. Detergent, soap, pads, sleeping bag, canned food, a few cans of condensed milk. Is there anything I missed? Oh, I would not know what to pack. I would not know what to pack, especially because we have no idea what, like, awaits on the Forgotten Isles. Like, do we need to camp? Probably. I don't think I can carry more than this, though. My bag was packed full to the brim. In a half days, I somehow managed to organize whatever things I felt I would need on my journey. I came to terms with my feelings quicker than expected, but I would be eternally grateful if all of this was just a dream. All I ever wanted was to be happy with my loved ones. I sighed. "Did you wait long?" "Oh, goddess!" Jumping back in fright, I put a considerable amount of space between me and the goddess. "My apologies. I see the others are not here yet." "No, the people you're talking about are still nowhere to be seen." "What do we do now? We could be seen by my family."
Not to worry. They should be here soon. Ah, there is one.
Khalil first. "Wait, you're the guy from last week." "Oh, you're that nice girl from before." "You're Maya Duyotomo? What a coincidence. My name is Khalil." "Is this your home?" He looked nervous. His eyes moved back and forth from my house to me. I get it now. I understand why he's so nervous about this being her home. I didn't get it the first time, but now I get it. "Yeah, but how do you know my name? I didn't remember giving you my name." "The goddess over there told me about you."
There's another one coming.
Kala suddenly let out a high-pitched scream and grabbed my shoulders as if defending himself from whatever or whoever behind me. I didn't take kindly to it. "Kala, what are you doing? Release me." I'm sorry, please have mercy." You. A growl from behind made me go rigid. "Please tell me it's not who I think it is." "Hello, Gunter." This time in his normal clothes and not in gel uniform.
Do you know how much trouble you got me into? Bastard, stop hiding behind a girl!
Screaming like a banshee, Kala released me when Gunther tried to take hold of his wrist. They began chasing each other in a rough manner. I didn't dare to move a muscle and watched from the sidelines. What did I ever do to deserve this? Just when I thought it couldn't get any worse, another figure just appeared. "Hi, Aya."
Is this the house of Duyotomo?
I swallowed down an incredulous scream. I should have known by now that the gods above hated me.
Yes.
Oh, I am impressed that you managed to find the house, as expected from my chosen one. Aya nodded in acknowledgement as the goddess's direction before turning towards me.
I know that voice.
My sister spilled your coffee on your laptop, remember? I'm really sorry about that.
Right.
He shifted the bag on his shoulder away from me. I noticed that each of them brought backpacks, all about the same size of mine.
What's with the record?
The other two guys seem to know each other. They're quarreling now. They're a lively pair, aren't they?
Dude, you know her too? Wait, Gunter. Now that we're here with the same goal, let bygones be bygones.
Look here, you ripped my shirt.
Gunter pointed to the edges of his white shirt, which was definitely ripped. His skin was showing through the hole, and was that a tattoo?
It's only a shirt. I'll buy you another one if you insist.
Tch, no need. Oh?
When his eyes met mine, I gulped. And of course, Kyle immediately escaped.
You're that little guy from before.
Yes. Sorry about that.
I can't believe this. You're the one who's supposed to help. Maya and Otomo?
I nodded in confirmation when he said my name.
Hey, isn't she a bit too young? She looks 15.
I'm 19! I guess when I snapped at him before I could stop my mouth.
Yeah? Well, you don't act like it.
He threw me a challenging gaze and I fought to keep my ground. I wanted to stop acting so scared, dang it. Children, as much as it delights me to see you so friendly with Maya, you should acquaint yourself with Aya too. All eyes turned towards the man, thank God.
Your name is Aya? I'm Khalil. Nice to meet you. Why do you wear a mask? Wait, it doesn't have any holes. How can you see with it?
Yeah.
Are you blind? This is the first time I saw a blind man without a stick, though. By the way, the name's Gunter.
The two of them, especially Khalil, bombarded Aya with questions. They looked eager to make friends with him. Tragically, Aya is not the type to make fast friends. That was until Aya stopped him with a cold tone.
I'm not here to make friends. Let's just do whatever we have to do, and when we're done, stay the fuck away from me and we'll be just fine. Are we clear?
We got rejected. Ouch!
Khalil got rewarded with a smack on his head. I was getting too noisy and glanced towards a curtained window in concern. Goddess, if we're going to talk, can we do this somewhere else? We're going to wake my parents. No worries, the Azari is keeping guard. More importantly, since all of us are gathered here, you don't seem to need introductions, I'll explain what you need to do now. Do listen carefully, everyone. The four of us simultaneously focused our attention to the goddess, and I opened my ears wide. Maya, your mission is to go to the Forgotten Isles, find the cause of the Bermuda crater, and close it within a year.
I've been wanting to ask, but how exactly is she supposed to close it?
Good question. It's not as easy as you would think. There's not like, I don't know, a button or anything to close it. No, that is something Maya will know in time. I am not allowed to tell. All eyes stared at me in wonder and I fidgeted awkwardly. The goddess had just told the girl whose talents are pole dancing and tarot reading to close a giant crater in the middle of the sea. How did they expect me to react? As for the boys, finally. I didn't understand your explanation yesterday at all.
To be honest, me neither.
Is that so? Let me simplify it into 2 sentences then. The 3 of you are gods, reincarnated as humans because of your morbid sins. This job is the only way for you to redeem yourself in one go. Now this is... I gave up. Yay, reincarnated punished gods. Let's just listen to what she has to say for now. The other 3 seem to think the same as me, seeing as they went silent. You're very lucky to be chosen since there are many other gods with the same fate as yours. 49 times reincarnated into humans with painful lives as a punishment is something even I couldn't handle. The goddess shook her head and sighed heavily. They flinched almost at the same time. She seemed to have struck a soft spot.
Please continue.
Your job will be to accompany and protect Maya on her journey. If she succeeds, all of you will be given a reward. You may ascend and regain your status and powers as gods, or I will grant you a wish. As long as it is within my power, I will fulfill it. That doesn't sound half bad.
Yeah, I don't care about this god thing, but a free wish just for babysitting some girl?
It will not be that easy, friend.
Count me in. Is that all? Make sure the girl does her job and we get a reward.
Moise, I admire your eagerness, but don't be mistaken. There are dangerous creatures in the Forgotten Islands. It's anything but a camping trip. Dangerous creatures?
Should have guessed. There's no reward without risk.
There's also one other small requirement. You will have to regain your memories regarding your sins. Huh? But how? Being thrown into a place where there's an abundance of magic and spiritual energy should jog your memory a bit. Besides, even though you may fear the return of painful memories, one's soul always desires to return to the place of its birth. If you still don't believe me when I said you boys are reincarnated gods, a small portion of your powers should return when you arrive there. Yay! With that, you might reconsider which reward you desire.
Aya snorted. Yeah? And when on earth is this place with abundance of magic, oh great goddess?
Such an impatient child. She brushed off Aya's mocking tone easily. He seemed to be the most doubtful of the 3. Not that I could read Aya's face through the mask.
Mistress, they are awake.
So I see. Maya, are you finished saying goodbye to your family? I can't bring myself to tell them. But I did leave a small note to say that I would be traveling for a bit. I have a better suggestion. If you let me, I can make it so your family won't suffer any heartache from you being missing. Really? How will you do it? I would temporarily make them oblivious to your existence. I don't understand. Oblivion is a little bit cruel. Just as I said this, my mom suddenly walked out from the house. Maya, what dare you? Immediately demonstrating. A white light flashed and washed all over us for only a few seconds. What was I doing? Mom looked confused and a bit startled when she saw us standing in front of the house. She observed her surroundings silently before fixing her eyes on me. Oh, hello there. Are you going somewhere? It's awfully early for a young lady like you to go out. Well, I suppose it's no problem since you're accompanied by these gentlemen. My heart suddenly felt as heavy as lead, and the air around me felt oppressive, crushing me mercilessly until I lost my words. I thought I had prepared myself. I suppose it was better than leaving them full of worry and heartache, but still. With trembling lips, I blinked away the tears that were threatening to flow out. I felt a hand on my shoulder and saw that it was Carla trying to comfort me. Gunther scratched the back of his head awkwardly while Aya was standing still as a statue. I deliberately diverted my attention to the guys, not wanting my mom to see me suddenly cry. I'm sorry, were we disturbing you? We're just resting a bit, since Maya here has such heavy luggage. I see. Are you going on vacation, perhaps? My, how did you know? What a coincidence, my family is going to Bali for a vacation too today. We're hoping to go and visit Bali sometime in the future. Oh, look at the time, please excuse us, we should be going now. Have a safe trip. You too, my dear. The goddess patted me on the back and tagged Aya to follow with the other two trailing behind us. It was finally time for us to go. How strange. I don't seem to remember having such an interesting woman as a neighbor. Sad. Oh, my apologies. I should have warned you first. It's fine. Did you do the same to my friends? Sarah, Bayou, Mr. Smith? Everyone you associated with will have their memories altered. The same with you guys? I asked the man. Yeah, I thought you knew.
Same here.
Aya just grunted. Don't be so sad. Everything will be fine when you come back. Now, will you go? I rubbed away any tears still left in my eyes and nodded along with the guys. Oh, are we going to catch a ship to the Forgotten Isles? No need for that. We can just go from here. Mistress? Sari sounded a little worried, but was ignored by the goddess. Yeah, if you played the first Nusantara game, you would know why Sari is very worried right now. As I had at our previous meeting, our surroundings distorted and turned into black and white when the goddess waved her hand. I wasn't even surprised anymore. The guys also seemed to have gotten used to the phenomenons. The familiar drum behind my back returned and dulled when the magic vanished. The air suddenly distorted further and... a crack in reality! A hole the size of a door cracked open in front of us. Its rim emitted a dim light, and from what I could see, there was something blue beyond it.
What the hell?
The first ones to approach us were Gunther and Khalil. What's this? There's nothing inside. Everything looks blue and... Holy shitmonks! What do you expect us to do with this? Jump in free fall? At his terrifying proclamation, I couldn't contain my curiosity and ran towards it. Khalil gladly gave up his position to me. What's wrong with... Apparently the goddess opened a portal right above the Bermuda crater. If I didn't hear the vivid sounds of waterfalls myself, I would have some trouble believing this.
Look at the size of that thing. Which one do you think is bigger? This or the blue hole in Bahamas?
Is that what you're worried about? How about a little concern over the fact that it's 1,000,000 feet below us?
You're exaggerating. Plus the goddess here surely has something planned for us. Can someone please explain to me what the fuck is happening?
I turned to the goddess for help, but she only looked at me with amusement, content with watching us. She didn't seem to have any intention of speaking right now. When I looked back, Aya was already close to the hole, trying to make sense of the situation. How to explain this? There's a hole here, and it looks like a door to the Bermuda crater, but the problem is, it's from a very high point of view.
High?
Yeah.
How high?
It reminds me of when I see Jakarta from the Monas Tower, only a bit higher. I'm not sure, but the crater looks quite big. My heart jumped as a bad premonition suddenly came over me like a storm. Goddess, how do we do this exactly? There's only the Bermuda crater, no islands whatsoever. That is easy. The Bermuda crater is actually a portal to the Forgotten Isles. You just have to jump right in and you will arrive in no time. I don't get it. The goddess frowned. Shall I help and push you in? No.
I'm out.
I gawked at Aya, who started to walk away from us. Hey, you can't just quit like that.
What do you expect me to do? In case you're forgetting, I'm fucking blind. You think you're scared? Try jumping down there with your eyes closed.
No more fighting. How about we all hold hands and jump together?
Why don't we also sing Kumbaya while we're at it?
And so we quarreled again. The chemistry of our group was amazing in its own way, and it wasn't even a day old yet. Are we really going to be alright? Right, I almost forgot. As if remembering something, the goddess approached Aya and put her hands above his mask. He visibly stiffened. Don't be scared, this won't hurt a bit.
I'm not...
Just for a moment her hand glowed a bright yellow before she dropped it back to her side. Not even 5 seconds had passed. Aya was standing stock still and we automatically give him a concerned look. What has she done now? Think of it as a gift from me. Oh, I'm sorry that I can't completely recover your eyesight. I can only lessen your curse, but no more. Curse? What curse? The goddess's last sentence was only a mere whisper. It was no surprise that the others missed the goddess's last sentence. I only heard it by chance when the crowd's eyes were glued to Aya.
This kind of thing.
Like a child lost in the crowd, Aya began to turn his head all over the place as if looking for something. No, I should say looking at everything in confusion. He never stayed in one place, starting at the goddess, then moving to the houses behind her, to the other guys, to the sky, and finally to me. I was really tempted to wave a hand in front of him or hold up a few fingers just to check if he really could see now. Before I could act, Kyla voiced my exact thoughts. Dude, you're cute!
Don't yell, and no. I only see vague, flickering white outlines. It's like seeing the world through a fucking chalkboard.
That would probably disorient me though. Flickering outlines.
Huh, neat. Now you shouldn't have any more excuses, right? Don't expect us to treat you any different just because of your eyes. We're all equals here. I will fucking kill you if you do.
Taunted by Gunther, Aya gained back some of his normal grumpy attitude despite the miracle that had just occurred. She's a literal goddess. All of this is real. Crap. If there were still any doubts within me, they had all vanished now. I shot a worried look to the goddess while Aya and Gunther were glaring daggers at each other with a flaccid Carlyle between. When she noticed me staring, she only smiled knowingly.
Can you all please go now? It's tiring to maintain a portal, you know.
We'll be alright.
Well, jump and see, I guess. Jump and see. I eyed the massive Bermuda crater and the sea around it once more. The water poured down from the sides, a huge gathering of waterfalls. I couldn't see where it ended, only splashes of water and an abyss sucked me in. Even if we fell into the sea, we would definitely get sucked into the crater. I cannot control exactly where you land, but I have done whatever I can to make sure you drift onto the beach of the main island, instead of being far out in the sea.
You're still here?
The white dove perched herself on the goddess's shoulder.
It may look terrifying, but I think you should be grateful. My mistress is being considerate now, but in the past she used to open up the hole right under the chosen one's feet without their consent.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that a relief?
Yeah, Tamara had a hard time. She had a hard time. Fine, what about your luggage? Aya seemed to have decided to go for broke. I have placed a spell on it and won't get wet and will drift along with you. Oh, put a spell on us too, so we won't get wet. My apologies, but my power's already at its limits.
Alright then, let's go. If it won't do us any good to stand around, I'll go first.
Except the one who's the most scared.
If you're so brave, why don't you do it? Being irritated made me forget how scary Gunter was. What? Ow! Did he just flick my forehead?
He sure did. You're acting tough, yet you're shaking like a little mouse. Osman will take the lead, then you follow. Even a mouse can swim, right?
Mouse? Honestly, I think Khalil is probably a little bit more scared than Maya. Before I could retaliate, Gunter jumped swiftly into the hole. Khalil, who had been twirling his umbrella nervously, suddenly folded it when he saw Gunter going ahead. He's right. How can I call myself a man if I stand around like this? Goddess, I trust your words. Maya, I'll go on ahead. After patting my head, he took a deep breath, held his luggage close to him and... Long live Indonesia! I could still hear his scream 10 seconds later. Lord, this hole is deeper than I thought, I gulped. The only ones left were Aya and me. Ugh. We suddenly scratched his scalp furiously before turning to the goddess. I thank you for the gift, but if my laptop gets wet... Silly child, I know everything about you and your important things, so don't worry and off you go. Aya's mouth twitched in annoyance.
Fuck it all.
Not even giving me a glance, Aya clutched his shoulder bag close to him and jumped. Oh, I would also hate it, but standing around, waiting around would only make it worse. When I looked beyond the portal, there were already no trace of them. It's only me now. Want me to help? No, thank you. The goddess seemed to pout, but I was too busy preparing myself to jump to care. Like Khalil, I held my backpack close to my chest and counted to 3. Here goes nothing. Whee! And now everyone is there. Mistress? No need to be alarmed. I'm just a bit more tired than I thought I would be.
Are you sure? Truly, this is the first time I see you bleed.
This is but a trifle. Rather than me, it's them that I'm most worried about. When that person is involved, they will face a lot more than just the bloodshed.
If you're that worried, then why don't you tell them about the dangerous creatures in detail? I know that we have to abide by the rules, but you didn't even mention that person.
There's no gain without pain. I won't be able to help nor guide them every step. If they want to succeed, they must develop and grow to become the best of their own abilities. Besides, isn't it more fun and exciting this way?
Mistress, must I remind you that your fun ways have scarred some of your chosen ones for life? Remember tomorrow. She's still holding a grudge about the free-fall.
Humans don't die that easily. Must you deprive me of my fun, Sari?
Me? Mistress, you should hear the complaints from both upstairs and downstairs regarding your methods.
Right. Just aside, let's let them find out about that person by themselves. We can't have their judgment get influenced by our personal opinions.
As you wish. Now, shall we go and get some rest? Mistress?
This child, I hope she's the right one to solve this.
Why are you doubting her now? Remember that you chose her carefully from among many other candidates.
I know, but even gods and goddesses like me make mistakes. Like last time. To that, I only got to say, it sure was a mistake. Yes, absolutely. If it's the thing we are referencing here. Not tomorrow. Tomorrow is awesome. But like, one of the other chosen ones... No. No. What were you thinking?
No one is perfect aside from our Lord Father. What happened is no different from any other cases, even more so with a demon involved. Mistress, please do not overthink and get some rest. You'll need your strength.
I hope you're right, Sari. I really do. We made it to chapter 2. I think I'll go on a little bit longer. I kinda want to see if I can get to my favorite character. But I don't know. Meanwhile... the family left behind. Good morning, dear. Is Mama still asleep? Yes, I thought it would be alright to let her sleep in. I'll wake up soon as after I finish making these lunch boxes. Dear, why are you making 4 boxes? One for you, one for me, one for Marwa, and one for... Are you possibly thinking of giving the last one to Adi and Dika? Oh, you stop joking. They could only eat porridge at best. This is strange though, it feels like I had forgotten something. It's fine. Let's just give it to Marwa for breakfast. That way we can let her sleep until the driver comes. You're right. I'll check her luggage one last time, just in case. While you're at it, can you help me find my... Oh, what was it again? Did you lose something? Yes, but I can't remember what it is. Come with me then. Maybe it's in one of our bags. Yeah. And now to see the Forgotten Isles. Am I dead or alive? Pain. Pain. I can't move. No, I don't want to move. It was scary to try and move my limbs. What I remember was that as soon as my body hit the ocean, it felt like being rammed by a truck 5 times over, and getting stung by thousands of bees while nearly drowning at the same time. Horrid. The horrid experience couldn't have lasted more than a span of a minute, but it felt like eternity before the crater sucked me in and I fell into the darkness. However, getting back my access to oxygen was only a minor relief. I soon panicked and flayed my arms, which was a big mistake. It destroyed any sense of balance I had left, and my body hurled in rapid cycles until I couldn't distinguish which way was up and down. It took all my effort not to barf mid-air. That was why I'm not embarrassed to say that falling unconscious halfway was a sweet mercy. I honestly thanked all the holy deities that may or may not exist with my whole heart. Little by little, the pain lessened, and I encouraged myself to test my limbs. My hands are fine, but my right shoulder hurts and it feels stiff. Did I twist it? Did I hit something along the way? Honestly, considering everything, I guess you can be glad it was only a shoulder that is stiff. Fortunately, my legs feel fine. I hope I didn't scar my face. After I made sure there were no limbs missing or any part of my body badly injured, I let out a long sigh of relief. With a clear mind, I could now feel the soft sand beneath me and the gentle waves that were lapping at my feet. I could also hear the gulls singing from afar. Slowly, I opened my eyes. Nice big beach. Huh? White sand followed by gleaming turquoise tides faded into the deep blue sea far off on the horizon. Behind me there was a vast meadow, followed by a ring of lush green forest surrounding it. Where am I? Is this really the Forgotten Isles? A small hint of shock and a great dose of amazement later, I was gaping like a goldfish out of water. Ugh. That was until I noticed my damp clothes and the unpleasant, briny scent of the sand clinging to my skin. Ugh. I quickly patted most of the sand off me. I should wash this off soon before salt crystallizes. Wait, my bag! Looking back and forth, I once again sighed in relief when I saw 3 backpacks neatly arranged under a tree not far from here. Then the guys are already gathering somewhere? Where are they? Ouch. My right shoulder. I better check it later. Yay, this is the first area of the game. We cannot go into the woods yet, but let's see the ruins. What is this? Walking away from the beach, there was a place further down the meadow with half-submerged houses in a lake? A marsh? Upon closer inspection, the water was clear. It didn't emit any kind of stench, and there was no sign of dangerous animals around. However, I didn't dare to get any closer than intended. The whole area was reeking with something dark and unsettling. There were slash marks, dried blood all over the place, and yet the houses looked quite preserved. It was as if the marsh had trapped the houses and halted its time. Are those black roses? Strangely enough, other than weeds, flowers which resembled black roses were thriving here. I contemplated whether to take a closer look or not. Hello.
Little mouse?
Gunther? I instinctively took one step back. What are you doing here?
Me? I was just walking around after I finished collecting our bags.
Oh, so you're the one who put them there. I was looking for... I flinched when I unintentionally stiffened my injured shoulder. You see, I was still wary and nervous around Gunther's presence. He was really intimidating for me.
He is really harmless, I must say. You're right.
Yeah, I'm fine. Anyway, how about you go and protect the bags while I look around a bit more?
You sure you wanna look alone? It might be dangerous. He examined me up and down before frowning. It's probably better for me to go with you.
Thanks for being considerate, but I'll be fine. The thought of the two of us alone scared me.
If something goes wrong, run as fast as you can.
Okay.
What? What? Did you change your mind?
No, it's nothing.
Huh, weird girl.
Let's not accuse him of stuff. I might as well give him a chance. So far, Gunther has acted like a decent guy, but he still scared me with those sharp eyes and big muscles. I usually had the ability to guess a person's personality through his face and name, but Gunther just didn't click with me. At all. I could only hope I would get used to it sooner or later if I wanted this mission to go smoothly. He's really fine, though I must say his sin is quite something. Hello, little boy. Maybe someone still is unconscious. I'll look along the shores. After I searched the shores, a feeling of doubt mixed with fear nestled in my chest. The more I explored the new surroundings, the more I became uneasy. I began to shiver. Not because of the wet clothes, but because of the uncertain future. I fear the unknown. Maybe I'm homesick already? In an effort to reset my deteriorating mindset, I smiled and breathed in the fresh air. This place is really beautiful, though. I had assumed the Forgotten Isles would be more, I don't know, dark? Wild? The goddess told us that we could find the cause of the Bermuda crater here, so I assumed it would be somewhere unpleasant. Glad to see I was wrong. Ow. Is that... From afar I recognized the familiar figure with a red jacket. Hello. Hee. My head. Maya, are you okay? Only he was not the same as before. Under the bright sun, his usually covered head was exposed. His brown hair shined a mix of orange and golden hue under the light, but amidst of it, something fluffy sprouted on his head and behind. Yay! Are those cat ears and a tail? How and when did he grow those? I mean, it looks very good on him. I am still the most taken with Khalid's design. A little foxy dude with long hair, yay! Doubting my eyes, I blinked a few times to make sure I was not imagining things. However, the sharp-tipped ears and the poofy tail remained. Khalid was completely oblivious to his new appearance. He was too focused on with messaging his scalp. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? He tilted his head and one of his ears shifted towards my direction. So cute. A sudden urge to touch and pet the cute ears made my hands twitch. No! Snap out of it! First things first. You have... I pointed at his head and then slowly moved to his tail. The poofy, fluffy appendage waved so innocently behind him. When Khalil's hand curiously touched his head and found new ears, his eyes widened. Wait a minute. It moves! Oh my god. He looked behind him. Oh my god! OMG, are these real? He said while rubbing his new ears with a broad smile. He even went as far as tugging them for good measure, yelping when he took too hard, but his happy demeanor remained. When his tail twitched and wagged excitedly behind him, Khalil wasted no time and pounced. Hey, why do you look so happy? At my bewildered exclamation, his ears perked, standing erect and twitching ever so often. Are you kidding me? My wishes came true. I have cat ears and a tail. Look, look! Don't I look don't I look cute like a Hello Kitty sidekick? Shouting with glee, he touched his ears again and then showed off his new tail to me, which almost slapped me in the face. I endured the urge to touch it. You are stronger than me. This was not the time. I don't think they're cat ears and the tail is too bushy. Angoras have bushy tails, but even if they aren't, they still resemble a cat, so no problem. Hello Kitty is not racist. It's a funny line. But yeah, you are a foxy boy. There's a limit to how much you can love Hello Kitty. Shouldn't you be more worried? This is not normal, mind you, and your boxers are showering. Due to his new tail, his jeans and underclothes were getting pushed down to accommodate it. Oh, why worry when you can have this? Are you jealous? I bet you're jealous because now I'm cuter than you. One of my eyebrows twitched. Carla's carefree attitude was seriously starting to annoy me. Yeah, that reminds me of like one of the Q&A questions. Khalil does not care much about gender. Like, one of the questions was like, what would you do if you suddenly one day became a woman? And he was like, well, check out the changes and then nothing, and then just go about my day because nothing else would change. My dude doesn't care much about it. He also had the guts to gloat while trying to flex his slipping jeans and boxers. This does feel a bit weird though. Like there's nothing beside my face, my ears are above my head, and his tail is... It feels weird controlling my butt. Whoa there, too much information. More importantly, we should look for the others. How about I go and you wait over there? I pointed at the luggage, below a tree not far from us. But shouldn't I come with you? It's not safe to go alone, he said while eyeing the forest behind me. I'll be fine. I think you'll want to try and groom your tail before the seawater crystallizes. You see, Khalil, it is very hard to program many different variations, depending on which of you two guys she encountered first, so... This is why she has to go alone, to make the programming easier. Ganta should already be there by now. You wait with him, I won't be long. Okay, if you say so. But if there's something wrong, you can come back right away, alright? Got it! Ah, I love how his sprite is animated. His ears are twitching, his tail is moving. Anything else? Wait, did you see my umbrella? Carla, it's behind you. Thanks, I didn't notice. See you later. No problem, see you soon. Alrighty, now to check out the forest, which was closed up before. The forest was one I would call a treasure of jade. It looked as if every shade of green had decided to settle here. Different kinds of lights were reflected upon the leaves. Sometimes it was opal yellow, sometimes it was sparkling blue. Rays of sunlight made them glitter like diamonds with traces of morning dew. It might be just me, but I have never seen a forest as beautiful as this one. Phew, it's getting hot here. Time passed and the sun was already high in the sky, and I still haven't found the last party member. I really should go back now before the others start to worry. Who knows, maybe Aya's already there with them. Nodding to myself, I turned back to trace my steps. Uh-oh. There was something behind me. Slowly, ever so slowly, I turned around.
Big wolf.
I was rendered speechless. Big wolf. A huge black wolf, almost twice my height, was growling at me with only a few feet separating us. It had rich black-blue tinted fur and a pair of ghostly silver eyes that were, I swear, glowing like twin moons in daylight. However, what made me stand frozen and not scream bloody murder wide away was that the wolf was holding... what the wolf was holding in its mouth. A familiar shoulder bag. Holy Grams, Aya got himself eaten by this wolf! Of course not, really. We probably can all think what is going on right now. And in case you're wondering, yes, there is a CG where you get to snuggle with the wolf form. It was unbelievable. Not a day has passed and someone already died? What kind of place did the goddess send us to? Testing the waters, I took one small step back. No reaction. Good. Another small step and... Hee! The wolf took a step towards me. I was sweating buckets. Dear God, what do I do now? Try to leave in small movements. Nice doggy, nice wolf. I whispered while taking minuscule backwards steps one step at a time. The wolf kept staring at me as I repeated those words. I am not a bad person, so let me go, okay? Nice wolf. At the same time, I tried my hardest to look unthreatening and bowed my body to look as small as I could. In the middle of my fifth step, the wolf lifted its head and I froze. It took a deep breath before snorting loudly at my direction in a mocking way. After a few seconds, the wolf turned its head and strode towards the bushes on my left with the bag still in its mouth. Thank God, I whispered and then slept in relief. When the goddess mentioned dangerous creatures, I was expecting a bear or something, not a huge-ass wolf. Shaking my head, I voiced my only regret directed at Aya, who had passed away. Sorry, Aya, I can't get that back for you. Not gonna lie, it's kind of funny that that would be the only thing she's like thinking she like Aya's dead. So nah, he's just fine. He just looks a little different. As I walked back, I pondered ruefully at how I was supposed to explain this to the other guys. He just had some, you could say, stronger transformation than Khalil did. Maya, you're back.
Finally. Hey, is this thing real? Tell me I'm not the only one who can see this.
Gunter tugged at Khalil's new tail and he yelped. Don't do that! He slapped Gunter's head away and cradled his tail dearly. Half distracted, I nodded and looked around, hoping to find a familiar blue head.
So I guess you can't find that mask guy, Aya, was it?
Yeah, I was hoping you would be here already, but... I sighed. Whether they would believe me or not, here I go. This might sound absurd, but hear me out, okay?
I don't think anything could be more absurd than getting involved with a goddess.
Or growing new ears and tail. Try us. Both of them nodded and then gave me their whole attention. Okay, I fidgeted. I got eaten by a giant wolf. Silence. You're pulling my leg, right? It's true. Its height was almost twice as tall as mine, and it had Aya's shoulder bag in its mouth. Seriously? From
So many dumb ways for him to die. You pick get eaten by a giant wolf? You can do better than that, Maya.
Carla said nervously with a forced laugh.
I think she's telling the truth. I saw some boars with unnatural sizes passing through the submerged houses earlier.
The silence grew longer. Cullen looked back and forth from Gunther to me in disbelief. Are you both ganging up on me?
I'm not lying, if that's what you're saying.
Why don't we all calm down first? As we started to argue, I began to regret my decision to tell them the truth. Too many things were happening in one day, and we didn't even get enough time to digest it before another one came barreling towards us. It wasn't their fault. The recent chain of events was just too stressful. Heck, I was already confused enough as it was. I should have waited until tomorrow when... Uh-oh. At the distinct sound of a rustling bush, all of us stopped at the same time. Is that... I don't know. Where did it come from? I whispered. Gunther stepped forward without a sound and then gestured to the forest far to our left.
For now, step back slowly and don't make any sudden movements.
Gunther is so reliable. The sound came closer and Khalid's expression shifted from fearful and cautious to calm and serious in a split second. He nudged me to get behind him and Gunther. Should we run? If it attacks us, you run. What about you and Gunther? Don't worry, we're quite a good team. We'll try to distract it for a moment before we run away ourselves. Moving with stealth I didn't know he had, I was surprised at how a person could change 180 degrees in a short moment. Maybe there was more to Carlyle than met the eye. My train of thought stopped dead in its tracks when I saw the bushes in front of us moving, revealing...
What?
I knew it! You guys were pulling my leg after all!
Stop yelling. I've got a blasted headache.
Carlyle ignored Aya's remark. Instead, he approached Aya and looped his arm around her shoulder in a friendly gesture, almost toppling Aya over in the process. Gunther sighed in annoyance, pulled out a cigarette, and then walked past me while grumbling something under his breath. It's great to see you alive and kicking, bro.
Don't call me that and fucking get away from me. You're damn heavy and nosy.
As I bickered away, I couldn't help but inspect every single inch of Aya. He didn't get hurt, his clothes were complete, a bit wet, but so were ours, and most of all, he had that shoulder bag. I was starting to question my sanity until Carlyle spoke. And you know what? Those two were saying nonsense about a giant wolf and how you got eaten by it.
Yeah? Only I didn't get eaten by a fucking wolf. Instead, I turned into one. And now I have this fucking migraine splitting my head. Whoa, stop right there. What did you say? I said I turned into a fucking wolf.
You're kidding me, right? And once again a commotion ensued. Carlyle and I wasted no time to make Aya spill the beans. While we threw questions one after another at him, Gunther was observing at the side with a lighter in his hand.
If you want to listen what fucking happened, then zip your mouth and listen.
Aya barked and we immediately obeyed, barking like a dog. He seemed a bit lost. He looked at us in a weird way for a few minutes until he finally spoke.
I don't exactly remember how I managed to turn into a wolf. All I knew back then was that I lost my fucking laptop and I needed to find it. The next thing I knew, I was on all fours, running into something fuzzy. It was only after hitting a few trees that I realized that the fuzzy thing was the damn forest. After I found my laptop, I walked around for a bit and then here I am.
You don't remember meeting me in the forest?
Even if I did, you wouldn't be nothing but a fuzzball. I remember I was fucking blind until a few hours ago. Now I'm seeing the world through flickering white outlines. My eyesight is anything but pleasant, he shrugged. You seem pretty calm about this though. It felt natural in a disgusting way.
Aya tightened his grip on his shoulder bag, and I somehow could tell that he was frowning from behind a mask. We traded incredulous looks with each other until Aya did something unexpected.
My tail! Let go of my tail!
For the second time today, Khalid's tail got tugged hard and it resulted in Khalid on the verge of tears.
That's it. No one is touching my tail again, ever.
What the fuck? I thought it was a branch. Since when do you have a fucking tail?
We decided to hold an emergency discussion regarding our new environment and circumstances on Forgotten Isles. After a short, emotional uproar from a particular someone, we managed to calm ourselves down to some degree. The four of us now sat down near our luggage, making a small enclosed circle. Okay, so let's summarize this calmly. The Forgotten Isles. And I need to drink something. We all have arrived at Forgotten Isles safe and sound. No bags are missing and no one is seriously injured. The three of them nodded. So far, the strange things that happened are Carlo now has a pair of animal ears and tail, Taya could somehow shapeshift into a big wolf, and that's all, right? Gunther and I were the only ones who stayed the same, I guess. I glanced at Gunther, who was trying to light his cigarette in vain. He was probably out of fuel or broken, but he was very persistent with it. What about the unusually sized boars? I'd be scared if that's true. What if all the animals here are naturally jumbo-sized?
Fuck, if this is what the goddess meant by dangerous creatures.
Well, aren't we all glad to have you, Mr. Big Bad Wolf?
Sure, just don't blame me if I accidentally eat you.
Ah. Carlo paled considerably, and I inwardly grimaced at his sharp reply. Chill, man, I was just trying to break the ice, he laughed awkwardly.
Darn. Darn, my lighter's not working. By the way, I think they belong to a fox.
Gunther pointed at Khaled's ears and tail. At the mention of fox, I instinctively recalled my dream that consisted of 4 different mirrors.
It's not a surprise for him to him to be a fox, considering his character and
Gunther, are you saying your best bud is a sly, cunning critter? How could you? I trusted you and you broke my heart.
Ay.
Carlo dramatically cut off Gunther in the middle of a sentence. The two men stared at each other. One had an impish look, while the other had an exasperated glare.
See what I'm talking about. No offense, but he's PMSing worse than a woman. Ay.
Feeling the need to save this conversation before it steered away from our topic, I pondered whether to tell them about my dream or not. I mean, why would you hesitate? Just tell them. Hey guys, I called out. This might sound weird, but I once met a goddess in a dream and there were 4 mirrors in it.
Yeah, and your point is?
I was getting to it. 3 of the mirrors had animal symbols. One of them had a wolf's, the other one had a fox head on it. Oh, and the last one is? The last one, I think, was a ferret, or was it a weasel? When I mentioned the last animal, all of us turned to Gunther. The image of a cute ferret floated above my head, and I inadvertently compared it with Gunther. A ferret, she said. That cute little thing. Quick, check your body, Gunther. Maybe you've grown something too. Ouch. For his honest opinion, Carlo was rewarded with a smack on his head.
Why are you guys assuming things? It could be that a girl here who gained ferret characteristics. What about the last mirror? Oh, don't ignore me!
The last one is the smallest, and I didn't have a chance to look at it in detail. But I can say that it has the simplest carving of all four, and everything of it, including its frame, is jet black.
Your dream is too vague to conclude something from it. Isn't it more logical to say that this is what the goddess meant by we are gods reincarnated as humans? She said a small portion of her power will be revealed when we arrive here, no?
I totally forgot about that. Wow, that was probably the longest time you talked without cursing.
Sit down, Carlo. Anyways, do you really believe that?
Does the
goddess tell lies?
If that's true, then Gunther here surely has something he's hiding from us. 3 sets of faces set on Gunther at the same time, startling him. He slowly avoided our gazes and fiddled with his lighter again. Dude, that lighter is busted. Just spill it.
I don't know what you're talking about. You already saw ours, it's only fair.
At our unbending persistence, he gave us somewhat a helpless look.
Fine. It's really not that important, though.
He turned to Carlo.
You. If I show it, don't laugh.
Why would I? Come on, spill. Facing our curious and expectant expressions, Gunther surrendered in the end and stood up. He opened his right hand and faced it forward with his left hand, grabbing his right wrist in support. Oh! A small ball of light formed from his palm. What's that? Will it burst? Does it burn? Hey, what does it do?
It doesn't do anything. You can touch it if you want, he said, slightly grunting.
Really? Carlo suddenly and recklessly put his hand inside the small ball of light recklessly. Hey, are you alright? Oh, it's warm.
What the hell is he doing? I can't see.
Gunther made a small ball of light with his palm. It's kinda warm, but it doesn't really do anything. So, can you make it bigger? Maybe then something will happen.
I can try.
Ah! Gunther startled me when he suddenly let out a shout. The small ball of light slowly but surely became bigger. Oh! It really became bigger. Is it alright to do this? What if something goes wrong?
If my suspicion is right, it will be alright. Oh, here it comes!
Gunther got fired up because of Carlo's enthusiasm. Wait, it's going to burst. Yeah. Instead of bursting out of control, the ball of light deflated like a plastic balloon and faded. Thankfully, there seemed to be no painful repercussions at all, but... I know what your power is, Gunther. A giant flashlight! But the sound of it deflating is just... Just when you're acting like a big shot too. My stomach hurts. Yeah. Kyle guffawed uproariously like there was no tomorrow, while Gunther's face was turning redder and redder with each passing second. He didn't dare to utter a sound, lest I add to Gunther's embarrassment.
Shut up! This is why I didn't want to show it. Is anyone hurt?
Huh? Aya caught us off guard with his unexpected question.
How about a bruise? It doesn't matter if it's just a fucking scratch. What are you getting at, Aya? If I'm right, your power is healing.
Whoa, really? It was kind of anticlimactic, but it made sense at the time. Carlo did say that the white didn't do anything other than emitting a warm feeling. Maybe my shoulder? My right shoulder was still throbbing, so maybe... my shoulder is...
Speak up! We can't hear you.
Instead of speaking out, my voice became smaller and I stammered against my will when my eyes met Gunther's. It's nothing. Anyways, why don't we postpone this and look for camp first? It's getting late, see? I mentally kicked myself when I chickened out. And just when I tried to try and get along with him too, I sulked. You're right, sun's setting. Should we build a camp here?
We should look for a place near the forest, but also close to the meadow to watch our surroundings. I think I know where.
Turning his head to face the forest behind, he seemed to be contemplating something for a moment. Looking for something? Once in a while he would mumble under his breath and turned his head to other directions ever so slightly. What is he doing? Carlo whispered to me. I don't know, why don't we wait and see? As we waited, Aya ignored us and focused on the forest again. Eventually he nodded to himself and spoke.
Follow me.
Didn't he say he can't see very well?
Who knows, maybe he's using his other senses. Blind people are usually very sharp and aware of their surroundings.
Shit. Well, Aya tripped over a rock.
Or maybe not.
Aya, are you alright?
Hmm? What are you waiting for? Let's go, girl.
Yeah, coming. My throat felt tight and my gut clenched in regret now that I indirectly refused to trust Gunther. What's done is done. I think I need more time to adjust to him. And that's how the first day on the Forgotten Isles comes to a close. Since none of us brought a tent, we could only set our sleeping bags on the ground. Common sense made them put a respectable distance between theirs and mine. Other than that, what worried me was that we didn't have any means to ward off animals. Aside from Gunther's broken lighter, everyone else had gloriously forgotten to bring a matchbox or a lighter to start the campfire. Including me. Yeah. Hey, what are we going to do about the campfire? How about using rocks to start a fire? You know how? No, I don't. This is no laughing matter.
Calm down, we'll think of something in the morning. Why don't you sleep? You look haggard.
I would, but you guys are making me nervous. It was only natural for me to worry. I had only known these guys for a little over a day. To be alone with 3 guys in the dark with no light whatsoever was a bit too much. Gunther tilted his head and furrowed his brows at me. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Aya suddenly walked out with shoulder bag and tow. Aya? Where are you going?
I'm going to work. Don't disturb me and we'll get along just fine.
Yeah, Aya thinks he
has to work even in these kind of circumstances. Then I'm going to go on a night stroll, just for a little bit. Wait a minute, doesn't that mean there were only me and Gunther left in the camp? Stunned, I jumped a little when he suddenly moved. He gave me a look of mixed amusement and cautiousness. It was as if he was handling a small animal. I honestly didn't know whether to laugh or be mad at this. Is it so obvious that I'm afraid of him? Yeah. Alright, fine. I guess I was horrible at hiding it. Calm down. I'm just going to smoke for a bit. Oblivious to my inner dilemma, Gunther only pulled out a cigarette and put the tip into his mouth. How he will lit it, I didn't know. Sleep early. Tomorrow we are going to divide duties. Duties? Even though I was mumbling, Gunther seemed to have brightened up a little at hearing my voice. Yeah, cleaning duty, food duty, etc. We need to get organized. I see. When I didn't say anything else, Gunther took the hint and walked away. With nothing else to do, I walked over to Aya, who was sitting a small distance away from camp with his laptop. Hey, should we take turns to watch our surroundings, just in case? No need. I'm going to stay up tonight working on this shit. Aren't you tired? Look, it's not your fucking business, alright? He snapped. Don't look, don't touch, don't talk to me. Go away. That was pretty mean. Yeah. Sorry, girl, but it will take a while until he opens up to you. So much for trying to be civil. Frowning, I spared one last look towards Aya, who was still focused on typing, before resigning myself to my sleeping bag. I haven't taken care of my shoulder, but I'm a bit tired. Tomorrow I'll... A new day in paradise, question mark. Rise and shine, sleepyheads. Wake up. The next morning, Gunther woke us up pretty early before walking away again to prepare breakfast. Khalil and I stood side by side. Both of us were still half in dreamland. Even so, I forced myself to observe my surroundings. Gunther was taking out some tin cans while Aya was still sleeping with his back towards us. Good morning. Good morning. It was a bad night for me though, he muttered while rubbing his eyes. Did something happen? No, not really. I'm just not used to sleeping on the ground. Oh, I also would not be. I would be very terrible with that. I didn't get much sleep and my body, especially my back, aches all around now. I'm also not used to sleeping on the ground, but it must be because I was so tired yesterday that I slept like a log. Cheer up, maybe you can take a nap later. It's such a cute sprite, look at him. With the ears all back. Instead of replying, Khalil frowned, yawned, showing his lengthened canine teeth with his eyes flipped down and tail curled around him. Whoops, excuse me. My urge to glomp and squeeze their tail was barely contained. Nah, it's fine. Clearing my throat, I hid my urges with great effort. Khalil would definitely not appreciate it if his tail got tucked and rubbed, especially after what Aya and Gunther did yesterday. Speaking of urges, I was also curious what was hidden beneath Aya's mask. I glanced towards Sandman, who had just got out from his sleeping bag, and I was disappointed to find that he slept with his mask on.
It was at this moment that Gunter came back, bringing 4 tins of food.
It's not much, but at least we have something for breakfast.
True enough, they were only simple canned meat with small clumps of peas. He gave each one of us before inviting us to sit and make a small circle again. This was becoming a habit whenever we had something to discuss. So, are we really going to split the daily duties?
Yes, this is important. If we're going to be together for 1 year, and if we want to survive on this island, we better get organized. We have 4 major things to do, so take your pick. Hunting, cooking, laundry, and watching the camp.
How about washing the dishes?
We'll lose white leaves or disposable ones, so no need.
Why don't we just rotate the duties every 2 days?
Sure, if that is, if you have no objection to me cooking and washing all of your laundry together without gender separation.
Sorry, I forgot.
Girlie here is probably capable of them.
Isn't it a bit too much? I mean, she has to cook for us and do her laundry.
Then I'll do the cooking.
Gunter unexpectedly declared this with much enthusiasm, and I pressed down the urge to gape. I turned to Carlo for help, but I was further blown away by him nodding sagely in agreement. Why? Why aren't any of you protesting? It's because Gunter can actually cook, girl. He can cook pretty well actually. I assumed the worst. All I knew was that Gunter had spent a long time in and out of jail, so how was it possible for a macho man like him to know how to cook? A mental image of Gunter in a frilly apron also didn't help my belief one bit.
You can cook?
I swiftly turned my head to Aya in gratitude. My fear against Gunter held me back, so I could only count on someone else to ask the question.
Huh. A lot of people ask me that. I'll make you eat those words soon as you taste my cooking.
Aya and I were still not convinced, but Carla laughed. It's true, guys. When I worked with him, there was a time when he had to cook for us, and it was awesome. You worked with him? Anyways, I saw a few quails around here when you guys were fast asleep. I think I'll take on hunting. I guess that settles it, right, Gunter? Harlan ignored me and turned all his attention to Gunter. His tail twitched and brushed against me lightly in an attempt to distract me.
You will be in charge of hunting then. Make sure you get those quails. If you can't, try to forage the area for edible plants or fruits.
Gunter patted Carla's shoulder in a rough manner.
I guess that leaves watching the camp to Aya and laundry to you, Maya. Don't let it pile up. It might be the toughest task of all 4, but we're counting on you.
Back home, I seldom helped Mother do the laundry, so I wasn't sure what he meant by this being the toughest task. You do not have a washing machine. It's only doing the laundry, right? What can go wrong? Nodding, I gave Gunter the best convincing smile I could muster.
Okay then, is everyone clear? Maya's taking care of laundry, Carla is going to collect food ingredients, I'm going to cook it, and I'm going to eat it.
All of us stared at the man who uttered those shameless words in disbelief. Gunter was not amused.
No, you're going to keep watch on the camp, and while you're at it, try and make a campfire.
How will he start the fire? He can't see very well.
Everyone should at least contribute something.
Why doesn't he hunt with me using his wolf form?
No, I can't control it yet.
Oh, I see.
I guess it can't be helped. I'll make your fucking fire.
Surprisingly, Aya was okay with this arrangement. I thought he would explode the moment Gunter pushed something onto him. Speaking of which...
Alright, let's treat this week as a trial. I'll be away most of the time scouting the forest and nearby surroundings, but I'll make sure to always cook our meals. You can do anything else you want after you finish your duty, but remember, do not venture too deep into the forest. I don't want to come back and find any of you dead, trampled by a herd of boars, or getting eaten by God knows what other wild animals. Any objections?
Gunther had taken the leader role and was pretty good at it. He gave off a reliable aura. I suspect like a big brother if I ever had one. Still, it didn't mean I would let my guard down around him. When Gunther saw none of us were objecting, he nodded.
Great. If you guys are done with breakfast, throw the cans away, but don't throw them anywhere close to our camp. I'll go scout the area now.
Oh, we will have to do so much littering. With that, he grabbed his now empty can and stood up and walked away. Well then, let's do our best, Maya. Take your time, I'll go on catching our lunch. Why are these guys eating so fast? Carlo and Gunther somehow managed to sneak big bites during the discussion and managed to not choke or speak with food in their mouths. Looking at mine and Aya's half-eaten breakfast, I decided to focus on eating. I wasn't sure whether I preferred sharp-tongued Aya or quiet Aya. There were no words treated between us, and before I knew it, both of us had finished breakfast in silence. After disposing his tin, Aya immediately went back and retrieved with his laptop. Assuming he was going to work, I said nothing and was left alone with my thoughts again. I should wash our clothes from yesterday. I sure didn't waste any time piling up the laundry. However, I could always take my time and do other odd jobs first. Which one should I do first? Alright, here we are with the stat raising of this game. So basically, doing the laundry raises combat, for some reason, which also corresponds to like events with Gunther. Creativity is connected to hunting, and it helps you get events with Kale. And making a fire, of course, raises diligence, which is connected to Aya, of course. Now, from what I remember while playing this game myself, it isn't necessarily like super. To be honest, it doesn't really feel like these are super dependent on whether you get onto the route or not. It's more like that these just help you get events where you can raise affection with the guys, so don't stress out too much, just focus on whichever guy you're doing first and enjoy the events, so to say. But I think in this selection you need to do all of them anyway. Whee! Oh yeah, I would not want to wash laundry without a washing machine. Oh hey! I bumped into Gunther when I was on my way to do laundry.
Hey.
Going out?
Yeah.
Awkward! This is so awkward! I had been avoiding Gunther since what happened last time. The shame and guilt I felt from not trusting his healing powers was still gnawing inside me. Plus, I hadn't even gathered enough courage to look at him in the eyes. Gunther didn't seem to mind, but that was exactly what made me feel worse. Be careful. I was so proud that my voice didn't stammer.
You too. You're planning to wash the laundry in that marsh, right?
Yeah, but there is no other fresh water source, so...
I see.
The silence was starting to suffocate me. Well, I'll see you around. Bye-bye. In the end, I stammered. I mentally scolded myself and resolved to do better next time. Next up, the Kale event. Cute little animations. Carlin, any luck with lunch? I found a few quail eggs, but no luck with the traps. Traps? Yeah, I figured it would be too much of a bother to chase the quails around, so I made a trap, see? He pointed over to a spot where the medium-sized basket was propped up upside down with a stick. Where did you get that basket? I made it. I have another one I use for foraging. Wow, you have nimble fingers. Thanks, I'll show you how to make them later when we have the time. Wanna help me with hunting? Sure. I spent some fun time hunting with Khalil. Hey, it's been 4 days. Does Gunter still prohibit us from exploring the forest? Yep, no permission yet. Isn't this a bit too strict? I mean, we need to move and look for clues about what caused the Bermuda crater, right? Yeah, about that. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to tell you, but let's just say Gunter and I found something strange, and we're in the middle of investigating it, okay? Yeah, at this point there's no point in trying to explore the forest. Is that so? Then isn't it faster if I help too? How about I check the houses at the marsh? No, what if the house caved in while you're inside? Besides, that place is creepy as hell. Don't you know it's bad luck to go to places with dry blood all over the place? Even Gunther decided to leave it for last. It can't be that bad. I'll bring Aya or you with me. Aya can protect you since he's still adjusting with his new sight. I'm also busy hunting and scouting, remember? Sometimes I think you guys are worse than my parents. Just wait, I'm sure Gunter will bring it up this weekend. Well, if you say so. Just know that I don't like to stay still for too long. I want to get back as soon as possible. Understandable. I'll tell him that. And lastly, making fire. Oh noes. I decided to pay Aya a visit. It was risky to leave someone blind to make a fire, so I was worried. Hi, Aya. Do you need help with the fire? I just thought it would be much safer if we have fire, so... Look. He rudely cut me off and looked in my direction. I don't give a flying fuck over your fire, so do me a favor and leave me the fuck alone. For fuck's sake, someone is trying to work here and time is money. Yeah. Oh, temper problem much? And dishonest as ever. I thought as I appeared over 2 black-chipped stones lying by the supposed campfire. He probably spent some time trying to make a fire, but soon gave up when he failed. Still, there was no good reason for him to direct his frustration at me. I shook my head and picked the 2 stones to give it a try. And that's how we tried out all the things. Meanwhile... a lone shadow was standing in front of the marsh. The figure was humming a cheerful melody while gazing on the full moon, ignoring the half-destroyed houses and dry blood in front of him. He was expecting someone. Master, I have returned!
Welcome back, Akash. Have you seen our new guests? She brought us a lovely lady and 3 gentlemen this time. Isn't it wonderful?
I have to say that nothing is better than fresh meat. Do they please you?
No, don't be rude. I intend to give them a warm welcome and maybe invite them over for a cup of tea. It's been a while since we got any new visitors, so do treat them with courtesy, won't you?
Yes, master.
Trouble brewing, trouble brewing.
Okay, but I think this would be a good place to end this little teaser playthrough. I didn't get to see my favorite character yet, but my throat is killing me, so I really gotta stop now. But anyway, this is how Nusantara, Bermuda Triangle starts. I hope I could at least give a little bit of an overview of it. I mean, we only just really got to the Forgotten Isles, and there's lots to see, lots of mysteries to unravel. What happened in the marsh? Why are there so many bloodstains on the houses? Who is that mysterious little kid that we've seen there? And of course, who was that mysterious, probably evil person right now? But yeah, this probably is a good place to end this little teaser playthrough for now. It's already on the lengthier side for my video, considering how long my videos usually are. But yeah, thank you for watching. I really hope that more people, you know, get to experience this game, because I really like playing it, and I'm literally the only person posting about it on social media, and it drives me insane. Well, mostly I am insane about the antagonist route, which you can only play after finishing the first 3 guys. Which is also why I cannot say shit about it, because it's full of spoilers. I cannot even say the antagonist's name, it's a spoiler. It drives me insane. So yeah, I really would appreciate it if more people played this game. Please, please, please. I really want more people to discuss this game, please. Don't leave me alone here, yeah? Look at this. Look at this log, isn't it inviting? I know you want to know who it is. I know you want to find out who the final route is and why I'm insane about it. Please, 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 please play this game. Please, please, please. Please, at least try it out. Yeah, please. Okay, alright. Enough begging. Enough begging for now. The brain rot is bad. The brain rot is bad. And I didn't even get to see my favorite character. But yeah, thank you for watching. Please consider playing this game yourself. And until next time, bye bye.